Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting into order. It is 6 p.m., and I believe we're calling for the City Council and also the Successor agency meeting. I'll go ahead and if we can please have roll call.
Councilor Torres.
Here.
Councilor Peralta.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Here.
Mayor Melendez.
And I am here. All right, we'll move on to the announcement of the closed session items.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Before we recess into closed session, the item of public comments for closed session items is appropriate. At this time, any member of the public who wishes to address the council on the 4 items that are listed on the agenda would have had to turn in a card to the city clerk's table prior to this moment. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any cards?
No speaker cards.
Thank you. Then it would be appropriate, Mr. Mayor, to recess into closed session for items 1 through 4 as listed on the agenda.
Thank you. We'll go on into closed session at 6:01. Thank you.
Shall we three? Ryan, three, baby. Your thumb and your pinky go down. Three. Show me.
Montebello Unified School District is one of the largest school systems in Los Angeles County, enrolling nearly 30,000 students from kindergarten through 12th grade. Founded in 1909, Montebello High School is one of 5 comprehensive high schools in this school district. Montebello High offers a safe and nurturing learning environment, providing students with intellectual, social, and personal growth. The district has 4 other high schools: the Applied Technology Center, Bell Gardens, Shure, and Vale, as well as 16 elementary schools, 6 intermediate schools, and 4 schools for adult education, all which offer advanced learning opportunities. Opened in 2011, the Applied Technology Center offers select students a specialized learning community combining project-based learning with career-based skill sets in architecture, construction, culinary, engineering, and legal and health services. We're also home to several private religious schools, including St. Benedict Grammar School, Cantwell Sacred Heart of Mary High School, Miraculous Middle School, and other faith-based education options. All of Montebello's schools share a commitment to academic excellence and helping students to achieve their full potential.
Good evening, everyone.
Today,
I'd like
Shop
to
Local,
introduce,
Shop Montebello is visiting Angry Horse Brewing with Nathan.
Attorney to provide a report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect that the City Council, with all 4 members being present, recessed into closed session. That prior to recessing into closed session, the 4 items that were listed on the agenda were announced for discussion in closed session, and the following is my report. Under item number 1, Conference of Legal Counsel, existing litigation. That matter was presented to the City Council. There was no final action taken. Direction was provided, however, but inasmuch as there was no final action taken, there's nothing further to report. Item number 2 is, also was discussed. A presentation was made to the City Council by Special Counsel. Direction was provided to Special Counsel, but there was no final action taken and nothing required to be reported. Moving on to items number 3 and 4. On both of those items, a briefing was provided to the City Council. There was no action taken and nothing required to be reported in open session at this time. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report from closed session. It would be appropriate at this time then to convene the combined City Council Successor Agency joint regular meeting.
Thank you, City Attorney. So I believe we do have an item for the Successor Agency.
Yes, we do.
So before we go into the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance, do we have a presentation for that item? No? Okay.
Why don't we do this just for the record, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Mayor? At this time, can we have the clerk's office, the secretary's office, take a roll call for the successor agency?
Yes.
These would all be related to the successor agency. The City Council has already convened, so.
Member Torres?
Here.
Member Peralta?
Present.
Vice Chairperson Tamayo?
Here.
Chairperson Melendez?
And I am here.
And Mr. Chairman and members of the successor agency, we have only one item on tonight's joint City Council successor agency meeting. Before we go into that, the discussion of item number 1 or consideration of the consent calendar, Mr. Secretary, do we have any requests to speak on that item?
We do not.
Thank you. Then at this time, Mr. Chairman, members of the successor agency, it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to approve the item on the consent calendar, which is the approval of the successor agency's recognized obligation payment schedule, also known as the ROPS, and the administrative budget for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approving.
Motion to approve the item.
Okay, we have a first.
I second.
Okay, we have first and a second. If I can please have a roll call.
Member Torres?
Aye.
Member Peralta?
Aye.
Vice Chairperson Tamayo?
Aye.
Chairperson Melendez.
And I vote aye.
And with that, since that's the only item on the successor agency's agenda, it would be appropriate to have the chair adjourn the successor agency and continue on with the city council meeting.
Okay, at this time, I'll adjourn the successor meeting at 7:07, and we'll go back into the regular council meeting. If I can please have the city clerk do the invocation, and I'll have our city treasurer do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can all please rise.
As we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to strive to make a better world and a better community. Amen.
Thank you, City Clerk and City Treasurer. We'll move on to any corrections to the agenda. City Manager?
Mayor, council members, we do have one correction to the agenda. At this time, I want to pull item number 5, which is a presentation, and move it to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll move on to item number 6, the presentation on the Whittier Narrows Dam project.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening to the members of the City Council. I'm pleased to talk about an important federal investment that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is making to the Whittier Narrows Dam. My name is George Sonny. I am the project manager for this effort. I know that there will be questions tonight and there will be questions in the future, and I'm looking forward to being that point of contact for any questions that you might have now and moving forward as we approach construction. So I wanted to talk about 3 key items tonight, and the first is really why the Army Corps is doing this important federal investment. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the impacts to the city of Montebello and really focusing on the work that the Army Corps is going to be doing on Lincoln Avenue as part of this project. And then I will also talk a little bit about what the timeline is for this project and what you can expect and what members of our city residents can expect as well. So Whittier Narrows is about a 3-mile long dam. It impounds 2 large rivers, the Rio Hondo on the west and the San Gabriel River. Most of the year, you'll notice that there's not very much water that flows through. The dam itself is dry most of the year. However, when there are events that have a lot of rain, especially in the last couple of years, you can notice that there's going to be a lot of water that pools up behind Whittier Narrows Dam, typically out by where the Rio Hondo is. This dam is one of the most important dams that the Corps has in its portfolio. It protects about 1 million people downstream of the dam, not just in Pico Rivera and Montebello, but all the way down to Long Beach and Seal Beach. And as mentioned before, we typically have water coming out through 2 locations, one the Rio Hondo on the west, and then an emergency spillway out by the San Gabriel River. Dams in general, they can only impound so much water, and so we have that emergency spillway that's there to protect the dam in case of particularly extreme events. Those events would be likely the largest events that anybody who's in this room has ever seen from a major storm. So the Army Corps of Engineers, as good stewards of the dam, does regular inspections and assessments and does proactive maintenance on the dam. And we've noticed a couple of significant issues. One is that there are cases where if you have enough water behind the dam, water is going to try to find the path of least resistance. The dam itself is very strong and competent, so it looks for a different way. And that way is underneath the foundation of the dam. In and of itself, it's not a big deal, except that the foundation does consist of some erodible soils. And if you have enough pressure for a long period of time, that can cause the foundation to erode and lead to a breach. We're also trying to address another issue in which modern forecasting has indicated there are storms that could even overtop the dam. The dam itself is earthen, and whenever you put water over that type of earthen environment, it's going to erode very quickly. We are most interested in addressing both of these issues to make sure that the dam continues to function as intended. That's going to be mostly done through a number of number of contracts. We've already done some work on a small utilities contract, which we're referring to as Contract 1. Also, we have been doing some work on a number of environmental commitments. And the third, which is really why I'm having this conversation or having this meeting with you, is we have a large contract that is currently under procurement. We're looking to award that later this year. About 2 years of pre-construction activities, and including coordination with the city of Montebello on the work on Lincoln Avenue, and then about 5 years of major construction. I'll talk a little bit about what that's going to mean on the next slide. So the biggest impacts that people who are located in the city of Montebello will notice are there's going to be a lot of construction that's going on Lincoln Avenue, and I'll talk a little bit about why on the next slide. A number of people who live here may also notice Rosemead Boulevard. It's a large 4-lane highway that runs north-south. While we expect to be keeping those 4 lanes open, there will be traffic changes, and those will be things that people will notice as construction occurs. With any large project of this nature, you can expect that there's going to be some noise and vibration and dust. Those are things that are normal, but they are things that we wanted to make sure that the city was aware of. And then we also know that Whittier Narrows is often used for recreation. That's one of the reasons we can have recreation there is because of the flood risk benefit that the dam itself provides. We are going to be closing some trails that are located there. That is from a public safety perspective. As you can imagine, there's very heavy construction there, and we want to make sure that the public is safe. And so we're working with Los Angeles County Parks and Rec and Public Works about how to reestablish those after the project is done. So with Lincoln Avenue, what we're looking to do is raise that road approximately 5 feet and shift parts of the road to the southeast by about 60 feet. And the biggest reason we're doing this is because we went through a number of risk assessments and found out that there's not a really good way to allow the road to overtop. And so this was the best way to do it. And the other issue is that there are a large number of utilities that are located in and around Lincoln Avenue. This is normal. This is the Corps' most urban dam. Most people like to have access to water, gas, electricity, and rightfully so. But that's something we've had to consider when it comes to making the right design for how best to handle Lincoln Avenue. And so I've talked a little bit about what we're going to be doing on the dam safety project, and really what we're looking to do is continue to make sure that Whittier Narrows behaves as it has been doing for the last 70 years. You can expect that there's going to be major construction, most likely to start about 2027 and last about 5 years. We've talked a little bit about the construction at Lincoln and Rosemead and what you can expect from a noise and vibration standpoint, as well as impacts to trails and recreation. And one of the things I really wanted to highlight is that we have also recognized as the Corps that while we're very good stewards of dams and engineering expertise, one area we have some room to improve on is our ability to communicate with the public about impacts and risks. And to that end, we have awarded a contract with some communication experts. And so we're going to be learning from and working with them and working with the various stakeholders that are in and around the dam to try to find ways to improve that ability to be effective in communicating not only with you and with all those who are residents here. So with that, that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to take any other questions that you have this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Before I move forward with my colleagues, City Clerk, we do have some public comments for this.
Yes, Mayor, we do have 2 speaker cards on this agenda item.
Okay, if we can please call those folks. So we'll call the public speakers, and then we'll probably bring you back up for questions.
First speaker is Will Severa, followed by Rainey Hassan Juliet.
For public comment?
This is agenda item number 6. Rainey Hassan Juliet on agenda item number 6.
Yeah, it says public comment.
So this is not for the presentation portion of it?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Okay, we'll call you once we start the public comment portion of the agenda. All right, I'll look to see if my colleagues have any questions, comments in regards to the presentation.
I do have some comments. One, I'm very glad to see that there is an intentional outreach for public engagement. So I'm glad to see that and looking forward to that. The second thing I wanted to bring up is that part of Lincoln, as I was looking at the map, we also have an issue where there is a lot of dumping that happens all along that area. So I don't know if with the work that's going to be done, if we can address that issue maybe in a, I'm saying simple, but I don't know if it's a simple way to maybe have some railing or something where it would hopefully deter the dumping or avoid that.
So I understand that that is a significant concern. I know that Caesar has mentioned that to me before, and other folks from the city of Montebello have. I am not in a really good position to be able to give an answer or commitment on that front. I would definitely want to check with my team about that, and then once I do so, make sure to give you a thoughtful, comprehensive response on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That concludes my comment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I do have a comment.
Go ahead, Council Member.
My colleagues do.
Torres.
So this council has dealt with a few major projects over the last 4 or 5 years, everything from Metro Heights to the groundbreaking of the Montebello Underpass, Top Golf. And we've come across, significant issues along the way. Construction projects are not, immune from them. I was just wondering if there are what the initial plans are for communications between the organizations that will be doing construction and the city. I think we've kind of found that there's a little bit of a ramp up and kind of getting engaged and involved. And so to prevent a lot of the issues that we see at the outset, I mean, I think in every instance that we've done construction, we see issues with dust. And I think particularly like in these wildlife areas, we can expect that. I think in almost every instance, we've kind of had to establish, regular meetings and whatnot. And so I was just curious as we approach this, and I know it'll be more developed as we get closer to it, but like what ways can we ensure that there's a really solid communication between all of the different parties involved to address these concerns quickly?
Thank you for the question. So one of the things that we're looking to try to do as part of this contract is engage what's called a pre-construction period. So we'll have about a year or two where there's a lot of coordination with utility owners, including the roadways, so City of Montebello being among them, before we even get to the point where we do construction. So as you know, the longer it takes to address issues, the more expensive these types of things happen to be, and then they also generate more and more ill will. And to help reduce the likelihood of that type of behavior, we're spending some time investing in that utility relocation expertise. That's one of the big things we're looking for from a contractor. And that contract's right now in procurement. We're hoping to award that later this year. So that's one thing we're trying to do is leverage that type of expertise, but also make sure that there is a significant ramp up period where we're able to partner with the various stakeholders, including the City of Montebello. so that way we can address issues before they become problems.
Councilmember, if I may add, as you're aware, with this type of capital project, there's advanced planning that goes into this project and coordination. As was mentioned in the presentation, I guess you can say we're probably in the second phase, right? A lot of the work is going to begin in the area of Pico. There's going to be a lot of ancillary impacts to the city. At least one of our goals as the city, of course, coordinating with the Army Corps of Engineers, but also working with our neighboring cities to ensure lessons learned, coordination, best practices, making sure that, hey, this is how they're approaching it, that we're on the same page in terms of how we manage, especially overflow with streets closing. And, like everything else, we do plan on rolling out a pretty extensive community outreach in terms of with residents and community to have advance notice for this project, because it's going to have significant impacts for our residents. So it's in the portfolio. The good thing is we have time, right? It's not going to happen overnight. So it's great that we're having this conversation really early on, so we can hear from council, we can hear from residents, so we can develop a really good community outreach plan moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres, do you have any other questions? Any questions, comments? Again, my only question is, so on the Lincoln, it's going to be closed for like around from 2027 to 2031, is that?
So there's going to be construction on Lincoln. We're not expecting to close it for the vast majority of that time. There will be, of course, brief closures of a lane or a short time where that there is going to be a full closure. We're trying to identify how long those will be, but they're going to be on the order of days, not years. And one thing that residents will notice is that there are going to be different traffic patterns. That's going to apply to both Lincoln and to Rosemead. And with Rosemead, one thing to mention is that we're planning on keeping those lanes open. Again, there'll be short periods where we have to reduce one lane or something along those lines. So just to clear that up.
Thank you for that. And again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for coming early on to inform us, inform the public. And I know it's going to be ongoing conversations, ongoing presentations. So again, appreciative of your time here, and thank you for the presentation.
And I appreciate yours. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the public comments on non-agenda items, portion of the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, anyone in the audience who wishes to address the city council on items that are not on tonight's agenda. It would be appropriate, you would have had to fill out a card prior to this point in time and turn it into the city clerk's office. These are on non-agenda items. And Mr. City Clerk, do we have a request to speak?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
First speaker is Thomas Millhouse, followed by Rima Khan.
Honorable Mayor Melendez and members of the council. My name is Tom Millhouse. I'm the Property Compliance Manager of Jan Properties Incorporated, which owns several properties in Montebello, including 649 South Maple Avenue, where Helms and Hill Towing is located. Some of you may recall me. I used to attend some city council meetings as the general manager of Helms and Hill before it was sold to its current owners. I'm here tonight to notify the city of changes and improvements being made to the property where Helms and Hill leases. And they're done to enhance the operational capabilities of Helms and Hill, which provides towing and storage services at this time to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol, other police agencies, and until a few days ago, the Montebello Police Department. These changes include construction of a new 1,500 square foot office building, asphalt restoration or replacement throughout the property, new fencing, gates, and landscaping, and an emergency power generator. The new building will be fire and wind resistant, which we all know is important these days, and will have the emergency generator that will allow it to operate 24/7 if power from Southern California Edison is lost. Sharing the timeline of these efforts for your benefit, we first began to discuss planning and budgeting for this project back in the early days of 2023. By March, we had signed a contract for delivery of materials. They were delivered in June. We filed plans in September of 2023, and throughout 2024, the city reviewed the plans, sent them back to us for corrections, and added additional planning requirements that we had to adhere to before we could get a permit issued. That finally happened on January 9th. I want to thank Mr. Palumbo and his employee, Jonathan Tarango, for helping us get to the finish line so that we could improve the property and better serve the customers of Helms and Hill. I'm here to discuss these changes because there's more to what we've done than a desire to update the property for rental purposes. Gen Properties, as Helms and Hill is committed to the betterment of the city of Montebello, not just to serve our own interests. We are here today as partners in this effort. I'm here with the current owner of Helms and Hill, and it is our hope to have improvements completed at an earlier date so that you can know more about what our intentions are. In closing, I was truly sorry to hear about recent events. I remain certain of Helms and Hill's dedication to providing superior police towing and storage services to the Montebello Police Department. In my time at Helms and Hill, and I'm certain in Ms. Hassan's time, nothing made us more proud than doing so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Rima Khan, followed by Edward Frankel.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rima Khan. I'm speaking on behalf of the public. I'm here to comment on the change in contract from Helms and Hill to Mr. C's Towing that occurred this year. And Ms. Hassan will speak as well. She is the owner of the company, and Helms and Hill has had the contract since 2010. In 2019, the rule was that you had to have a yard or a facility within the city limits. And this year, that rule changed to say that a bidder would qualify if they had a yard within 12 miles of the city limits. And the winning bidder, its closest facility, is 9.9 miles outside of Montebello. It's in the city of Southgate. We don't really know the rationale for that. Helms and Hill is located within 1.3 miles of the police department. And as the public, we're concerned that there's a negative impact on traffic, which is a real concern because we just heard that some of the streets are going to be closed for the next 5 to 7 years, that there's a strain on the police department because they have to go back and forth now to evidence facilities outside the city. They'll be leaving the city of Montebello. They will be leaving the residents of Montebello and their own police department at risk if something happens, if a catastrophe occurs, if the dam breaks, if there's a fire, if there's, God forbid, something that happens to one of the officers and it's all hands on deck. All of that will hurt the city and hurt its safety because people who are forced to go outside of the city leave the city at risk. And that's what happens when the police department has to go a half hour outside the city to Southgate in order to investigate their cases that involve vehicles. It also leaves residents at an undue burden on the residents who now don't have their car because their car is at the tow yard or at the impound. They can't get to their car. We have an aging community. We have socioeconomic considerations that we have to take into consideration. And we have to understand that we're not just talking about people whose cars have been towed because they parked wrong. We're talking about crime victims. We're talking about people who have had carjackings, whose cars are now there, people whose cars have been stolen, have been vandalized, who are the victims of hit and runs. All those people will be victimized twice because they can't get to their car by 5 o'clock, and now they have to pay overnight storage fees. Our citizens will be affected by this. One thing that we can suggest is that the city award 2 tow contracts. That means they get double the revenue. Helms and Hills provides about $19,000 to $23,000 a month in revenue. Allow there to be 2 contracts, one inside town and one at Southgate, rather than asking you to rescind that contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Could you please have the next speaker?
Next speaker is Edward Frankel, followed by Raul Hurtado.
Mayor, City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to allow me to practice my First Amendment here tonight. With that in mind, I've got 3 items of concern. First is the appointment of District 5. I really believe that that's something that the people should be able to vote for themselves, but you're probably going to do what you want to do anyway. So, second concern is the police chief. I understand, or somehow I'm gathering, that the city council is trying to terminate him. I don't know why. I personally think he's done a great job, but again, you're probably going to do what you want to do there too. And third,
if we can please refrain from...
I guess I'm not the only person who thinks he's doing a good job. And third is the city contract for the towing service. Helms and Hill, I understand, has been doing a great job for many years. And now I'm finding out that the city council and or the city manager, I understand, somehow I found out that he's pulling in somebody that he's worked with before. Excuse me?
If we can please refrain from clapping and also shouting stuff and allow the speakers to speak. We continue.
That they're bringing in somebody else. I personally like to think that the city would want to keep the business within the city. They would like to support the city businesses. I mean, that's my opinion. I would like to think the city council would think the same thing. I would like to think the city manager would also like to think the same thing, that they would like to keep the business here in Montebello. We want to support the Montebello businesses. But I guess that's not, I guess I'm wrong there too. So I don't know. Personally, I think that's a mistake. And I hope you guys aren't doing this for personal reasons or personal gains or whatever. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Raul Hurtado, followed by Rosa Tamayo.
Hello, everyone. If we can again, please just refrain from clapping and shouting and allow our speakers to provide their comments. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here to talk only about the police chief today, not all out. As I said before in the past, that I was never a fan of Rene Bobadilla, the city manager prior, but one good thing he did, and I stand by it to this day, is when he selected the police chief. That police chief has brought a wealth of experience with him. He held a wonderful career in the Los Angeles Police Department. He was, how do you say, he was like a chief in all the divisions that he handled, much bigger than Montebello is. So he was doing an excellent job here. He is doing an excellent job here. All the years of experience that he have, it's just the best choice. And now we find that the city manager, if I'm correct on the agenda, if that's him, he's trying to terminate him. I might remind the city manager that he doesn't have experience as a city manager. He was brought here, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was an assistant city manager or something. He has no experience as a city manager. So I can only assume that in the year that he's been here, he read a book and he's a better police chief, or he knows better than the police chief about policing, or he has a personality conflict with the chief, or maybe he has an agenda he has to fulfill for somebody. I kind of believe the last one. You know, with this knowledge that he has about policing and trying to terminate the police, I mean, what's next? Is he going to terminate the fire chief because he doesn't put out the fires according to the way he wants to put out? I suggest that when you go into that closed room and when he tells you the problems that have arisen with the fire chief, the police chief, excuse me, sorry about that, with the police chief, that you fact check what he says. Because I've had talks with him and I've had a little experience and I would love to get into a poker game with him. We need to resolve what the problem is and bring him back. He got morale up with the police officers. I know, I talked to them. I seen him. I asked him questions. How's everything? Great, great. You know, I would like to see that he is brought back soon so that he can run the Vegas to Vegas race with his troops. He brought that back after many years. He brought that back. That brought the morale up. And when the morale is up, like I told you before, they do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Rosa Tamayo, followed by Darlene Alcala.
Buenas noches. Honorable
Un
Mayor
momento.
Salvador
Do we have a
Meléndez.
translator for? Okay.
Pongan atención, porque Rosa Tamayo los puede castigar.
Continúe.
No, no se lo digo de chance, Honorable Mayor Salvador Meléndez, miembros del concilio, yo soy Rosa Tamayo y les quiero decir que necesitamos más oficiales de policía porque el crimen está avanzando. Hay mucha población ahorita y se está moviendo a nuestra ciudad. Y también yo creo que hicieron un muy mal manejo en tener al Chief Espinosa fuera de la ciudad porque es una persona muy digna y respetable y no sé por qué situación ustedes lo pusieron en un... Yo ya les dije que los departamentos de policía y el departamento de bomberos no los deben de involucrar en la política. No son políticos. Son personas que tienen sus licencias. Ustedes deben de ser respetuosos con estas personas porque son personas que nos salvan la vida. Yo puedo decir, uno de los bomberos a mí me salvó la vida, por eso estoy aquí parada. Yo estuve en un accidente muy grande. El otro problema es que el Distrito 5 necesita que por respeto a los contribuyentes, necesita una elección especial. Porque si ustedes hacen eleccionan a alguien para sus beneficios personales, se van a mirar muy mal y en un problema muy grande. Muchas gracias.
Gracias por su comentario. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Darlene Alcala, followed by Prisa Sotelo.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, I'll sound like a broken record, just to put it out there, but speaking just specifically on District 5, because that's where I've lived for, the last 20 plus years, it's very advantageous that we have an Army Corps of Engineer representative here today because what I've spoken on time and time again is the very poor conditions, specifically and unfortunately not in the Lincoln Avenue area, but once again within the South Montebello area. This is one major area of concern. What you may find helpful to know is that the soil conditions in and around the area of the dam, specifically what I see, because I don't go into the dam area any longer to walk for quite a few years because of the horrible conditions. There is major erosion in those soil areas, and to that extent as well, that fence is absolutely just very awful. There's a lot of areas within the fence that have no fencing whatsoever. To give some credit where certainly credit is due. There has been some repairing of the fence that we've seen, so that's a great first step, but still a lot of work that needs to be done around there. We have seen some cleanup, so, I thank the city council members for, making that happen. I don't know if that's specifically related to the effort of bringing this to your attention, but I certainly, appreciate that that's been done. But still a lot of work there to be done, specifically with the erosion within the area of Washington and Sycamore specifically. So that was one point I wanted to make, and hopefully we'll continue to see improvements there. If the Army Corps of Engineer now is embarking on this project, hopefully we can have a partnership, more of a transparent partnership with City of Montebello to see some vast improvements there that have probably been needing to be done, considering that same fencing has been there for probably 50 plus years. Moving on to the DePaul Center. Again, we've seen some maintenance improvements there, but I would put a challenge out there to the city council to consider making the maintenance and the upkeep of that area, since that location, since now it is a historic site, perhaps more transparency and more communication to the city of Montebello, specifically for District 5 members who are most concerned about that area, how that is going to be maintained going forward. There's a lot of, animal droppings, unfortunately, as I shared in December's meeting. So would be tremendous to see some of those items on the agenda for the near future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Brisa Sotelo, followed by Linda Nicholas.
Good evening, council members. I have 3 items to address. The first one I want to address is regarding public safety. I brought this item up to your attention, and I really hope that you'll help us on this now. I've spoken to each one of you, but let me just remind you. On Sunday, September 15th at around noon, there was a shooting right in front of my house. And I live on Bluff. On Wednesday, October 23rd, there was another shooting right in front of my house. That was at 6 a.m. while my 2 children were sleeping there alone because I had to take my daughter to school. This last Friday, on January 17th at about 2 o'clock, while my son was running up and down the block, he was stopped by a vehicle and asked to get in, and then offered drugs. 2 houses from my house. I'm asking you to work on the police substation. It's taken way too long. That's item number 1. Item number 2 is I have a question perhaps of the city manager and of our city attorney. My understanding is that once you close the public speakers, that you are not allowed to submit a card to speak. I asked for your ordinance on that because I haven't seen it written. Please educate me on that. But I read through the ordinance, and maybe I'm not an attorney. Maybe I just didn't read it correctly. But I have taken a survey of other cities, and in other cities, it is spelled very specific about when that item is closed. 2 weeks ago, when I was here and wanted to speak on the item, which is to talk about the vacant seat, I was not allowed to speak because it had closed. Yet that's not outlined in our ordinance. But number 2, the item that was there before I wanted to speak, there was a comment. If anybody else had a comment, if they wanted to speak, that person had not submitted a card and was allowed to speak. So I believe that I was prevented from speaking on that item. Item number 3 is I will piggyback on the fence. We've talked about this before. It's been long in the making about putting a fence. There's 800 million that was given by Senator Archuleta. Where is the money and where is the fence? We need to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Linda Nicholas, followed by Greg Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Linda Nicholas, co-founder of Match 90640. Congratulations, Mayor Melendez. I'd like to commend you for your actions as a mayor during our fires. You made our city proud. Thank you. The last time I was here, I walked on an ankle that had three broken bones. But the issues were so important to me, I needed to speak. So pain and all, I came. At the last meeting I was watching, item 10, you did not pull the issue, and it was regarding the tow truck, towing company contract. Instead, you all voted lump sum, nothing was pulled to the side, and it was gifted to a company that doesn't even have a yard within our city limits. Why is this a problem? Now, if a resident's vehicles is towed, they will need to go to either the city of Huntington Park, where where our city manager worked, or Southgate. Think about this. If there's an auto collision on Montebello Boulevard and Beverly at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Montebello Police Department will need to wait till the tow trucks come from Huntington Park or Southgate, which will cause so many traffic accidents and problems for our already overworked officers. They don't need any more problems. That shows absolutely no consideration for residents or officers. How much revenue will the city make or receive? The city, not anybody else's pockets. For over 40 years, our police department has used the towing company on Maple, Helms, and Hill. Why were they not considered in the process? Having a local yard should have been given an advantage, and this reeks of corruption. My concern also regarding the appointment are with Ms. Peralta. The funding of Rick Alonso's previous campaign shows a huge conflict of interest. How can she be unbiased in her choice for appointment when she poured so much money into getting him elected? Mr. Mayor, you possess a law degree. I would ask you, what legal issues could this cause if challenged in court, if she does not recuse herself? I would suggest to you, Mr. Mayor, a panel of residents from each district and 3 from District 5 be appointed to be on a panel to appoint the next person in District 5. I would suggest getting someone from district like Maria Oleo that ran in your district, Joella that ran in David's district, people who know what it is to run, what knows the sacrifice it is to try to be an elected official. Put them on the panel. Get 3 people in the South, in District 5. Let the residents choose that seat. Also, Ms. Peralta, would you stop lying to the community? During the last meeting, you went on and on about the urgency to appoint, yet the true date is February the 5th, FYI, per the voter registrar's office. Do your homework.
Thank you for your
comments. And may I ask you one more thing, Mr. Mayor? May I ask to please close tonight's meeting in memory of Liz Pacheco? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Greg Gonzalez, followed by Rainey Hassan Juliet. Do we have Greg Gonzalez in the audience?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Tonight, as we discuss general livability, landscaping issues, transparency and communication in the city, and public safety, I come here hoping to distribute gifts, literally number in the hundreds, that perhaps can work toward a more livable city and all of those goals. I sing in the same key as I have before in this space regarding sustainability and tree planting. This time, I hope we can make progress in native landscaping. I am bringing, I have here in these envelopes, seeds with California poppy seeds that I will freely give to anyone who wants them. They should be planted before the end of January. We have a rain coming up this weekend, which could beautify the city. They are great for bees, birds, and other pollinators, and I think could be one small step in beginning the beautification of the city. I defer to your wisdom and counsel as to how to best distribute these. If anybody wants some seeds, I'll come along. Okay.
I think you have some takers.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Renee Hassan Juliet, followed by Will Severa.
Good evening. My name is Rania Hassan. I go by Juliet. I'm one of the owners of Helms and Hill. This is a 100% women-owned business. We didn't know about the contract awarded after it was been awarded. The RFP state the city reviews, submission of, and notification sent to the vendors was to happen in November of 2024. We received no notifications in November, which was promised by the 2025 PRA. The proposed award of the contract was not posted as an agenda item for the vote at January 8, 2025 City Council meeting. The evaluation committee findings and bid packets submitted are public records per the language of the 2025 RFP. We submitted the PRA request and we were promised records no later than January 21st. Didn't have them. We formally request that you commission an evaluation into the sufficiency of the procurement process and the potential benefit to the residents of Montebello if a second tow service provider were added to the rotation. Putting aside the dues process above, we would like to shed light on some of the drastic changes made to the language of the RFP between 2019 and 2025. So there was a 2019 RFP tow and 2025. In 2019, the maximum response time was 15 minutes to assist on a owner's request or a police call. In 2025, the maximum response is 20 minutes. Why would increasing the mandatory minimum response time benefits the city of Montebello and the citizens of Montebello? We have provided the citizens of Montebello with a response time no more than 15 minutes for over 40 years and have a facility within the city limits. We have proven track records to provide 15 minutes or less response time and believe that we would be great disservice to the citizens of Montebello to prevent us from continuing to do so. It is simply not realistic to believe a company with a yard located 9.6 miles outside the city limits in Southgate, or if you want to call it Huntington Park, if it makes it easier on you, city manager. Maximum response time of 20 minutes during the rush hour is not a traffic safety. The maximum response for the California Highway Patrol, which I am part of one of the companies of 13 companies on the rotation of East LA, is 15 minutes. The maximum time for a heavy-duty truck to pick up a semi or a tractor is 20 to 30 minutes. In 2019, an inspection of each bidder facility was done by the Montebello Police Department was mandatory. In 2025, no inspection was needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we could please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Will Severa.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to talk. By any chance, can you guys speak up more in your mics because it's really hard to hear you guys? Maybe it's just getting older for me. For the Helms and Hill towing, I find it kind of interesting because Angel Sotelo is a consultant for them, which is also known that to have been indicted for federal bribery charges. And he's also known to be handling it in Huntington Park in Bell, where Mr. Alvarez is from. We're also where Mr. Glassman used to, I believe, have one of his offices around there. It's a little concerning that between Linda Nicholas, myself, and Joseph Sanchez, we've been here almost at every meeting for the past 4 years. You could count between us how many times somebody hasn't been here. I do not remember any time that you have brought up to change the language in our city ordinances or anything to the towing. So you have the construction going on for the railroad that's already causing a lot of traffic. And now you're going to be having a towing company coming from Southgate or Huntington Park. Now, like she said, I can be driving perfectly fine. I get some numbnuts and it hits me. I'm going to have to now go get my car in Huntington Park instead of Montebello. You guys just rescinded the engineer's contract because you were threatened with legal action. Tonight's council meeting, I believe you're rescinding another contract. This is your residents, guys. Just because you're not up for election and just because we might not live in your districts, this is still your community. You need to listen to the community, guys. Why should we have to go out of our city to go get our vehicles? The officers are already low. And second, the chief is on leave. So who was the police officers giving the recommendation, considering even, no offense, but they haven't even been here for 5 years. They're new to our city. They have no type of history of our city. And they're going to be making our decisions? You guys need to wake up. That's already 2 contracts that you guys have had are rescinding. Instead of putting everything onto a joint just to pass it, you need to start asking questions, read your notes, and stop asking for people to give you your answers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mayor, that does conclude all public comments on non-agenda items.
Okay. At this time, I would like to see if we can do the consent calendar first. Yeah. So, City Attorney, if there's if we can poll the council.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At this time, the council will be addressing the consent agenda, which are items number 8 through 14 on the consent agenda, tonight's agenda. With that, let me read the statement. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine. Any item or items the member wishes to discuss, including any item the public submitted speaker cards for, should be designated at this time. All other items may be approved in a single motion. Such approval will also waive the reading of any ordinance. And we'll first start, Mr. City Clerk, are there any speaker cards for consent agenda?
We do not have any speaker cards.
Thank you. Then I will poll the council for items 8 through 14, and we will start tonight's rotation with Councilmember Torres.
No items.
Councilmember, let's see, Peralta,
None?
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo,
No items.
and Mayor Melendez.
And I have no items.
This time it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to approve items 8 through 14.
I motion to approve.
Okay, we have a first by the Mayor Pro Tem. I'll go ahead and second it. If we can please have roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Melendez?
And I vote aye. All right, we'll move on back to regular business, to item number 7, appointment to fill District 5 City Council vacancy, and I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Sure. Mayor, council members, item number 7 pertains to the appointment to fill District 5 City Council vacancy. As the City Council is aware, in 2024, general municipal election was held on Tuesday, November 5th, for 2 council seats, a city clerk seat, and the recall of council member Angie Jimenez. During a special city council meeting on December 5th, 2024, the election results were certified, causing the removal of Councilmember Jimenez and creating this vacancy. On January 8th, 2025, the City Council decided to fill this vacancy through an appointment process. Registered voters residing within the City Council District 5 of Montebello were invited to apply. Interested community members were directed to complete an application available on the city's website and to submit it to the City Clerk's office by 5:30 p.m. on January 15th, 2025. Applicants were also invited to attend the regular City Council meeting on January 22nd to provide an oral statement. In total, the city received 10 applications. Of those, 6 applications qualified after they met all the application requirements within the prescribed deadline. 4 applications were disqualified because they did not fully meet the requirements. Attachment A includes the names of the applicants along with the respective applications with personal information redacted. The applicants who submit applications are as follows, and for the record, in no particular order. Rafael Santoya, Rocio Berru, Ricardo Alonso, Joseph Sanchez, William E. Pauliso III, James J. Santana. And as mentioned, there were 4 candidates that submitted applications but did not meet the requirements by the deadline. I'll mention them just for the record. Maribel Hernandez, Claudia Castro, Brisa Sotelo, and Richard Saldana. At this point, the City Council has the flexibility to determine the process for selecting an appointee, and we will welcome the City Council giving us direction on the process.
Thank you, City Manager. So I know we have several speakers for this item. Before we go into that, I'd like to turn it over to our City Attorney to explain the process that we will be having today for this appointment process.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. I should indicate that under California state law, there is no specific process that must be followed in considering the filling a vacancy for a city council seat. There have been numerous cities throughout our area and jurisdiction that have conducted a council vacancy appointment. Most recently is the city of Linwood, who filled a seat that was vacated due to the election of one of their council members, their mayor, to the state assembly. In presenting a proposed appointment process, the city manager and I met with the mayor and today in order to outline a proposed appointment process. This included giving each of the candidates, I think now we have six candidates, okay? 6 candidates, and giving each candidate 2 minutes to provide a statement with no questions being asked by the city council. There are sample questions that the city council has up here on the dais. I will be covering those questions shortly in order to try to elicit more information from the potential candidates. Once those questions are identified by the city council, though, there will be a 10-minute recess for the city council to allow the candidates to evaluate those 4 questions and blend those into their presentation. The total amount of time per speaker or per candidate would be the initial 2-minute statement plus 1 minute per question that is selected. So that would give a total of 6 minutes for each potential candidate. The other thing that's important to remember is when the potential candidates step forward, give their presentation, there's to be no cheering or applause from the audience. This is a business meeting. This is not a pep rally. And the mayor has reiterated numerous times tonight for the audience to please refrain from conducting yourself in that fashion. If anyone in the audience continues to do so and disrupts the meeting, they may be asked to be removed. Again, we will be randomly, the city clerk will be randomly pulling numbers out of a hat or whatever they have there in front of them to have the candidates come forward, but we will not go 1 through 6. We will call each candidate up at the time of the next speaker. Again, we suggest to the city council to avoid any back and forth between the candidates and the city council. It should not be viewed as a debate. It's an opportunity for the candidates to present themselves to the city council in the manner that they feel is best in their best light. The questions that are going to be asked are going to be identical for each of the 6 individuals that step forward tonight. And at this time, they're before the city council, but I will read those out for the public. And these are sample questions that have been utilized in numerous other jurisdictions and for council consideration and for the candidates to address. The first question would be, can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity? The second question is, what would you say are the most important issues facing our community, and how will you help to address them? Third, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities? The fourth possible question is, what strategies do you use to ensure transparency in decision-making? 5, how do you approach making difficult or unpopular decisions? 6, what programs or services that the city provides would you like to see more of, and how would you suggest improving them? 7, what do you believe is the role of the City Council in our community of Montebello? And the last possible question is, please describe how you would like the city of Montebello to look in the next 5 years. I'm not expecting everyone to write those down, but we're giving those to you at this time so that you can at least have heard them prior to the recess. Is that, Mr. Mayor, fine? Then what I would do next is poll the council to see which of the questions 1 through 8 does each council member wish to address? Is that?
Mr. Mayor, really quickly.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Just on the process, out of fairness to all the candidates, if everyone was told what the questions are at the beginning, and given that each candidate is going to have 6 minutes to speak as currently proposed, that means the last person would have, I think, an extra half hour at least to consider like what questions they have before the first person that speaks. So I don't know if it would be better to have like the candidates like leave the room while, you know, we say which questions are going to be, so everyone kind of like comes in with a blank slate as opposed to the last person having a significant advantage than the first person. So I mean, basically saying like the first candidates perhaps like all make their statement, and then at that point, you know, the questions are just kind of presented individually.
Yeah, I think if my colleagues agree and we have the ability to maybe, in the agreement of the participants, to maybe all of them be in a room, maybe we can use the back room, like the kitchen area. Yeah, just to allow fairness. I think we can do that, yeah.
Staff, Kimberly will show you to a room that you can wait for a few minutes. Yeah.
But at this point, I think, okay, because we're going to select the questions.
Yes.
So, okay.
We'll go in the same location. Yeah, at this point, we'll still have the individuals in this room until we get to that recess. They need to hear which, no?
Is that what your intent was?
No, I think the point is to have everyone leave the room as we select the questions, so the first speaker doesn't have an advantage over the last speaker as to which questions are going to be asked.
But each candidate is going to receive the same 4 questions.
Right, but if speaker 1 goes first and has 6 minutes, 2, 3, 4, 5, the last person's going to have 30 minutes to consider the 4 questions, 30 more minutes than the first person.
So we can do, we can have the folks that are participating in the process to go to the room. Kimberly, if you can show them, and then we'll.
I think that was it.
City Manager.
Yeah, Mayor. So, council member, I think so. Obviously, we're trying to balance, you know, having a transparent process and being fair to everybody, right? So, duly noted, where your concerns were. I think right now what we're also trying to figure out is we also wanted to give them the opportunity to understand the questions, right? So they can actually think about it, right? So now we had them leave. Maybe a suggestion is to actually bring them back so they can actually hear the questions, and then we have them come out. And then they know at least what the questions are in advance. Because we did read out 8 questions as samples, and then what we wanted to do is have each council member pick one, and that's the same question that's going to be asked of each council member, of each candidate.
So I guess here's a clarifying question. Is everyone going to get the first question, and then everyone's going to get the second question?
The same question.
Well, I mean, in that order, like everyone answers number 1, then everyone answers number 2, or is like the first person going to get the full 6 minutes as the others wait and kind of consider their own answers and hear other people's answers and everything else? You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I think initially we probably were going to do the latter, but I think we're making that adjustment now where I guess we have them wait, we call them in individually and have them give their statement and answer the questions individually, and then bring in the next person.
Okay, yeah, because I guess just generally trying not to give any candidate a particular advantage and like more time to consider their answer than others, to the extent that we could do that.
Sure. So at this point, the candidates have been placed in another room. Do you want to keep them there, or do we want to bring them back to hear the questions, or just give them the questions afterwards? I mean, it's at the discretion of council.
I mean, I'm open to any ideas that my colleagues have on how to accomplish that.
So if I can propose something, if we have some hard copies of the questions that we're going to select right now, maybe we can select those questions, give them to the candidates, let them stay there until each one gets called up, so then nobody hears what their answers are, but at least it gives them preparation to kind of answer the questions. Would that work? Yeah? Is that? Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm seeing consensus. So as long as they don't hear kind of like what other folks are saying, we are going to have a fair as fair as we can drawing process, and that's how they'll come up to dice.
So to understand, everyone's going to give their 2-minute statement, and then after that 2-minute statement, they're going to answer, like one person is going to answer a set of all 4 questions, the second person is going to answer a set of all 4 questions?
Correct.
Because we kind of end up in the same scenario where the last person has 20 more minutes than the first person. So that's why, where it's like, if the candidates just leave, if the candidates, I don't know, I feel like we run into kind of like the same issue, where one person has more time to consider their answers than the other.
Someone's going to go first and someone's going to go last. And, there's no, but they don't know whether they're going first or they don't know whether they're going second or sixth.
I mean, if my colleagues are okay with that, then, I won't press further, but I'll just state that as a concern.
No, it's whatever the council's pleasure.
All right, so we'll move forward with the process that with the addition of, we already have some folks waiting in the waiting room as soon as we draw up the questions. So if we can please poll the council on what questions we want each council member is going to ask. And then we'll have those questions be given to the participants. Yeah, so we'll move forward with that.
And with that, one other question I have, Mr. Mayor, is to the city clerk. How many public speaker cards do we have?
We have 14 speaker cards.
14?
14.
At the pleasure of the mayor, how would you like to address those? Would you like to address those now before you select the questions? Would you like to?
Yeah, let's go ahead and move forward with the speaker cards.
So I would suggest that someone inform the possible or the candidates that there is going to be 14 speaker cards, which should take us about, depending on the length of each speaker, 42 minutes.
Thank you. If we can please call the first speaker.
First speaker is Will Severo, followed by Patty Soltero Sanchez.
You guys do know that you're streaming this and they can watch it on their phones, right? So removing them from the room doesn't really make a big difference. This was the email that I sent to you guys today. I'm writing to my concerns to insist that Councilwoman Scarlett Peralta recuse herself from voting process on the next city council meeting for the member of District 5. Given her past endorsements and campaign activities, it is crucial for the integrity and transparency of our city's governance that Ms. Peralta step aside for this process. In 2022, Ms. Peralta publicly endorsed candidate Rick Alonso and donated thousands of dollars to his campaign. After a careful review, it appears that Ms. Peralta was the primary donor to Mr. Alonso's campaign. I attached a copy of the endorsement and the 497. Additionally, her campaign manager and mentor, Cristina Cortez, was directly involved in running both Peralta's and Alonso's campaign in 2022, as well as Peralta's campaign in 2020 and 2024. More importantly, Ms. Cortez played a significant role in the recall of District 5, which led to the current vacancy that Ms. Peralta is now one of 4 votes to appoint. Equally important to note, Angie Jimenez was served the recall papers on April 29th. However, 3 days prior, on April 26th, Rick Alonso circulated a text message asking residents to sign a petition for the appointment. I also attached it. While individual free speech and rights is incredibly important, being a public official means that subjecting oneself to public scrutiny. The public expects the city council members to adhere to higher standards of conduct. Given Ms. Peralta's past endorsements and direct involvement through her campaign manager, mentor, Cristina Cortez, serious questions of serial meetings arise. Just recently confirmed by District 5 resident Cristina Cortez asked him to step aside for Rick Alonso and reaffirmed the resident did not have the council's votes. That's a Brown Act violation. That's a serious problem that we're having here. Ms. Peralta is subject to a PRA request, and this is my notice that I'm requesting a PRA request of all of our electronic transmissions, emails, messages, including WhatsApp. The Fair Political Practice Commission, FPPC, oversees ethic laws and covers conflicts of interest and financial disclosures for public officials. According to these guidelines, a council member must avoid, not may, must avoid decision-making that appears to be biased due to the personal interests of previous endorsements. Public officials are expected to serve the public with undivided loyalty, uninfluenced by a private interest or motive. Endorsing and donating to a candidate could create a perception of bias. Mr. Glassman, as a city attorney, it is imperative that you preserve the integrity and transparency of our city's governance for the greater good of the community. Based on all the above facts, this situation is unethical behavior and should be taken seriously. I urge you to consider requesting Councilwoman Peralta to recuse herself from this appointment process to ensure a fair and impartial selection. Thank you for your attention. And if you notice, Ms. Cortez is sitting right behind Alonso as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Patty Soltero Sanchez.
Again, I'm going to remind the audience, you're not to applaud or cheer. I've been noticing one individual who just did that, and if that continues, we will ask you to be removed. Thank you.
And followed by that would be Edmund Robert Velos.
Good evening. Sorry for my voice. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here tonight to support the appointment of Bill Paliso to the vacant District 5 seat. Although I am a resident of District 1, I am concerned with who will be appointed not only to represent District 5, but will also have a voice in the overall operations of Montebello. I have known Bill for 10 years, and I have nothing but respect for him. I have witnessed him to be a consistent and active participant at these meetings, advocating for the residents of District 5 and for the city of Montebello overall. Bill promotes and encourages change and improvement based on what is best for the residents and the city. He does not act as a result of personal or corporate influence or loyalty. I trust that Bill would professionally add to the current council and not have the council revert back to the reprehensible and inappropriate behaviors exhibited in the past by former representatives. As you enter tonight's meeting, I am aware that you have already predetermined your choice for this seat. However, if you haven't considered Bill before tonight, I ask you to reconsider and evaluate the unbiased advocacy that Bill would bring to the council. His positivity, integrity, and accountability will shed a new and much-needed light to our city and to our city council. We need to be able to move past the corrupt, unethical, and dishonorable actions that have most recently stained the reputation of our city's governing body. I look forward to Bill's success as the newest representative on the city council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Edmund Robert Velos, followed by Javier Flores.
Good evening. My name is Edmund Robert Velos. I live on Bluff Road in Montebello in District 5. I'm here to support Bill Paliso for our city council member. It has been my pleasure and great experience to have worked with him for the last couple of years off and on. I've watched how he works. He has been a man of great integrity. He's very professional and absolutely spot on. He knows what he's doing. He knows his business. He's very up on the issues of South Montebello and what about the residents as well. He is somebody who is, I believe, looking towards the future of South Montebello, also with regard to the past. And that is one thing that I'm involved in, is we are trying to preserve some of our past in South Montebello and all of Montebello. So I would like to say that Bill is aware of these things. He's been very conscious of all of this. It's good that he has stepped up and said he's the man. I believe he is the man. And we want him. We need leadership. We need somebody for our district now. And I believe Bill is the man. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Javier Flores, followed by Emily Navarro.
Hello, neighbors and council members. I wanted to come on here and speak on District 5
As someone who lives in the south of Montebello, that has actively campaigned and has contact with several residents, I would like to say we should stand as a community to appoint Rick Alonso for District 5. Rick was active with us in the line community. He shares a desire to serve and bring about positive change in his community. Montebello needs leaders who want to live and serve in the communities they live in. That's why Rick should be appointed in the District 5. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Emily Navarro, followed by George Martinez.
Good evening, Council. As a young Montebello resident, I see the need for fresh and new ideas in our community. I'm here to support Rick Alonso for District 5, as I have lived in this community all my life, and when I first met Rick, I liked his attitude and just the way he interacted with people at the door. He is a person that our community needs. What I like most about Rick is that he treats everyone equally. He never spoke to anyone differently at the door, and when he was campaigning, he gave everyone the respect they deserve, and to me, that's what really made me enjoying working with him. I support Rick Alonso for District 5, and so will all my family, friends, and neighbors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is George Martinez, followed by Wendy Gonzalez.
Greetings, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jorge Martinez. I am a resident of District 5, and I think it's a good idea to appoint someone to the vacant council seat as long as you pick the right person. The wrong person would be anyone handpicked and recommended by any outside political machine or interest that originates outside of District 5. The right person is someone who is well acquainted with the issues of paramount importance to District 5 residents and has been an active participant in ameliorating them. The issues are as follows: intelligent and sensible development compatible with existing neighborhoods, bringing a supermarket and retail outlets to South Montebello, stopping the unreasonable multi-unit projects like Mr. Molinari's and the DePaul Center's development projects, opposing the Metro's plan to put a light rail train down the middle of Washington Boulevard. I recommend and highly endorse the appointment of Mr. William Paulicio to the vacant seat. He is not content with knowing the issues and doing nothing, like some others. Please give District 5 the independence and local control it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Wendy Gonzalez, followed by Idair Cervantes.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi participación esta noche es para resaltar la confianza que le venimos otorgando a Rick Alonso para convertir la zona sur en un referente de prosperidad urbana, convirtiéndolo como la zona norte, donde se destinan miles de dólares a favor de su progreso urbano, derivando un olvido gubernamental de mi área, generando inconformidades y atraso urbano, siendo afectados por años sin que nadie nos tome en cuenta. Por eso es que pido que sea valorada mi opinión y la de miles de personas que merecemos un cambio de la mano de Rick Alonso, quien nos dará voz y voto en esta ciudad. Gracias.
Gracias por su comentario. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Idair Cervantes, followed by Julie Herrera.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Idair Cervantes y en esta ocasión vengo a respaldar a Rick Alonso. Creemos que él es un referente importante para la zona sur, convertir esa zona o esa región en prosperidad, trabajo y sobre todo que llegue el recurso urbano para nuestra comunidad. Sabemos que en la zona norte se caracteriza porque es una zona limpia, segura y que en donde los servicios realmente sí están llegando. Es por eso que los jóvenes nos tenemos que ver involucrados en el mundo y en el actuar del concilio y de nuestra región para poder tener prosperidad, que es lo que queremos y por lo que estamos luchando. Considero importante que ustedes reflexionen, nos ayuden, pero sobre todo entiendan la urgencia de atender la región de nosotros. Es cuanto.
Gracias por tu comentario. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Julie Herrera, followed by Valerie Pina.
Good evening, everyone. I am here today to speak in support of Rick Alonso to be appointed to council member for District 5. Montebello deserves leaders who are qualified and ready to hit the ground running, and the South needs a lot of help. You can see the difference between North and South Montebello, and we need someone who can really work to improve the South side. We need a representative who will be able to work with the rest of the city council to get things done. I believe Rick has the resume and the drive to be a great leader in this city. I strongly urge you all to consider him for the vacant council seat. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Valerie Pina, followed by Vincent Casey.
Good evening, honorable council members and mayor. This evening, I would like to extend my support to Rick Alonso. Rick supported the recall. Rick lives in South Montebello. He graduated from college and is very smart. We need someone smart, someone who knows what to do. Rick is young and has good attitude. He needs to be seated up there with you. He would do a good job. Please choose Rick to represent just not South Montebello, but the entire city. I vote for Rick Alonso.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Vincent Casey, followed by Delia Sandoval.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vincent Casey, and I'm here tonight to show my support of Rick Alonso, who I believe is best qualified and fit to be appointed council member responsible for District 5. Rick Alonso. District 5 deserves a candidate who is capable and ready to provide leadership and opportunity to all the residents. We need a council member who can bring our community together. Everyone forgets about South Montebello and only worries about the North. We need someone who can represent all these meetings. We need someone who can represent us well at all these meetings. We need someone who is concerned about the issues that concerns the community. We need a representative who will be willing to work with the rest of the city councils to get things done and bridge the gaps between the needs of our community. Rick has the resume, the experience, and most importantly, will be a great leader in the city. I strongly urge the city of Montebello to consider Rick Alonso the new leader of District 5.
Thank you for your comment. We can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Delia Sandoval, followed by Brisa Sotelo Vargas.
Good evening, Mayor Melendez and City Council members. Congratulations on your good work. And I am here to speak about a person who is knowledgeable, respectful, concerned, kind, thoughtful, diligent, responsible, resourceful, persistent, has determination, and has many accomplishments. You may say that is you, and yes, it is. It's you guys. But it is also, however, this time I'm here to talk to you about that. That's a description of Bill Pelosio. Bill Pelosio is the president of a small group in South Montebello. Through his leadership and involvement in our group, we were able to accomplish the task of having the DePaul Center listed in the California Register of Historical Resources on September 10, 2024. This work took approximately 2 years. That work required diligence, persistence, determination, and the ability to be resourceful. That is who Bill is. It was not an easy task, but we were determined. That is not the only issue that Bill has been involved with. There was somebody else here before that told you all the other projects that he has been involved with. The people of South Montebello need a person who is persistent, a good speaker who cares, and will be involved with the issues that affect South Montebello. Again, that person is Bill Palacio. I ask that you consider the appointment of Bill Palacio to represent the community of South Montebello, as he has been here several meetings and he has spoken to you. He also presented you with a letter from the that showed that the DePaul Center has been listed in the as a historical site. And I thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. If we could please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Brisa Sotelo Vargas, followed by Kea Yerbam.
Mayor and council members, I'm going to be quite honest here. I have met with each single one of you and asked you to please appoint the right person. I don't think I've told you who to appoint. I mentioned names. You've thrown names back at me. So I'm being honest here. But what's important is that every single person here is for a reason. They care about the South. They care about their district. Anybody that does not live in that district doesn't know what we go through, doesn't sleep there at night, doesn't hear the gunshots during the day or at 6 a.m. So I'm asking you to think about who you're going to appoint as a caretaker. Don't think of this as your colleague that you're going to have for over X amount of years. We need a caretaker for now. I do support that you appoint someone and not have an election that would cost us over $250,000. Put that into a police stop station that I've been asking you to do. But the most important thing here is that you need somebody that's engaged, not somebody that you're going to agree with all the time. Somebody that's not toxic. We don't want to go back to that. But somebody that you can work with, that you can have a dialogue, that you can have a discourse with, and that is going to listen to their community members. Those are these people, whether they're asking that is somebody it's young at heart, somebody that can listen to our issues that we have, whether it's public safety or bringing economic development, which we have lacked for years. That's what's at stake here. That's why so many people are here, because it's so important to all of us. And while you can live in your own districts and think about what your residents want, there's somebody that has that communication, somebody that has been to council, somebody that knows the address to City Hall. You'll all remember that that's what I told you when I met with you. Somebody that knows how to get to City Hall, not the person that shows up the day that you're going to make an appointment, not the person that came to us 2 years ago trying to understand our issues and then never came back. That's the problem. I bet that person is a really nice person, but never decided to engage. Not once. We went over the seminary issues, we went over Molinari issues, and that person still has never shown up. Even if they didn't agree with our position, but there's no engagement. That person is not in for it because they care about the district. They're here again because maybe somebody told them to show up, because that person said they wanted to form their team. That's why I support Bill Palacio.
Thank you for your comment. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Kea Yerbam.
It's Kaya at 5th District, and I just wanted to talk about ensuring transparency in the appointment process for Montebello's vacant council seat. I'm writing as a concerned resident of Montebello regarding the ongoing process to appoint a council member to fill the seat recently vacated due to a recall. Recent reports and widespread community concerns indicate potential violations of California's Ralph M. Brown Act in relation to this matter. The Brown Act is a cornerstone of open government and ensuring transparency, accountability, and public trust in governmental proceedings. Any violation, whether intentional or accidental, undermines the integrity of our democratic processes and erodes confidence in city leadership. Specifically, allegations of private discussions or deliberations among a majority of city council members regarding the appointment decisions are highly troubling. Reports suggesting that certain council members have privately expressed support for specific candidates further indicate the possibility of unauthorized private deliberations involving all 4 council members that may constitute a violation of the Brown Act. To restore public trust and ensure compliance with state law, I respectfully urge the council to take the following actions. Number 1, recusal from the appointment process. All council members should recuse themselves from the decision-making process to avoid any conflict of interest and appearance of impropriety. 2, commitment to transparency. Take measures to ensure all future deliberations regarding the vacant seat occurs in fully transparent and properly noticed public meetings in adherence to the Brown Act. 3, conduct a special election, regardless of how much it costs, because the dog park costs more. Allow the residents of Montebello District 5 to determine the representation through special election. This approach is not only aligns with democratic principles, but also eliminates any perception of undue influence or impropriety. The residents of District 5 and Montebello deserve a government that upholds the highest standards of integrity and transparency. Addressing these concerns with urgency and decisiveness is critical to rebuilding and maintaining community's trust. Thank you for your immediate attention to this important matter, and I look forward to your response. The council taking appropriate steps to ensure that open governments and community accountability, and also to my take on the whole thing. Rick Alonso, I've been to more meetings in the last half a year than he has been, and one lady said that Bill was kind. From what I know, from what I heard, he served Angie papers in a very public place. No, it was a private event in front of important people, and it was like, but to humiliate her, that was not nice. And then the first time I ever saw him speak at a meeting, he was like, "You work for me." So that's not very nice either. So I would say that he's not very kind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor, that does conclude all speaker cards on this agenda item. I do like to note that our office did receive a total of 12 email comments and letters in support of James Santana. Those will be entered into the record and included in the minutes for today's meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you all for providing your comments. At this time, I'd like for us to move into the selection of the questions, City Attorney, and if we can please poll the council.
Yes, and also I think I would like to thank the audience for following the protocol, and makes things move a lot easier and simple. This time, there are 8 questions before you for consideration. Each council member would be requested to select one of the 8. And then when the candidates are called into the room, that will be part of their, they will have their 2-minute statement. Then each question will be, and I would suggest, Mayor, that you rotate so it's not in the same order, but the same questions should be asked. I will start with Council Member Torres. Which 1 through 8?
I've written my own question.
7?
I've written my own question.
Okay, he has his own question, which is fine.
And just for clarification.
Do you wish to share that with the council?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so the question is, if you were in a position to allocate and spend $1 million of $1 million general fund dollars, what programs or initiatives would you pursue? Answer in the case of $1 million on a citywide level and $1 million on a District 5 level.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Peralta.
I will go ahead and move forward with what would you say are the most important issues facing our community, but just with the amendment of facing District 5, and how will you help address them?
Okay, so that's item 2. Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
I will go with question number 3 that reads, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
And Mayor?
And I'll go with question number 1. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity?
Okay. We have questions 1, 2, and 3, and Councilmember Torres has his own question. So with that, it would be appropriate to start the process of calling the candidates in. And Mr. City Clerk or Madam Deputy City Clerk, whoever is going to pull a number. Oh, I should note that the numbers on our sheet are as follows. Applicant 1 is Rafael Santoya, 2 is Rocio Beru, 3 is Ricardo Alonso Ugalde, 4 is Joseph Sanchez, 5 is William Palacio, and candidate 6 is James Santana.
And City Attorney, just clarification for my colleagues. I'll be calling you all different times for each candidate, just so we can keep the flow of the questions in different orders.
The first number is?
Yes, and just for clarification from the council, we do have the actual candidate names on here, so I'll be reading off the names as we pull them out.
Sounds good.
First person is Rocio Beru.
And Ms. Guyin will go and invite, that's applicant number 2, correct? Ms. Beru? Okay. Ms. Beru, good evening, and thank you for applying and participating in this process. Let me explain what will take place. Initially, you will have a 2-minute opportunity to provide your statement to the City Council about your background experience and why you've applied, or anything you wish to say to the City Council. Then the City Council will go through the process of asking you one of the questions. One of the council members has a question that was not recited earlier, and he has a different question, but it still pertains to the business of the city. And as you are asked that question, then the timer will start again, and you will have 1 minute to attempt to address that question. At the conclusion of all 4 questions, you will then be thanked and excused to be able to return back to where you were, I don't know what room they had you in, but wherever you were located. So with that, I think we're ready to go for the timer. And this is council member, this is candidate number 2, Rocio Beru. Your 2-minute begins now.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Pro Team council members and the audience here. My name is Rocio Beru, like you mentioned, and I'm just gonna read my justification for even running for this position here. So I'll start. It says, as a dedicated resident of South Montebello District for over 30 years, I'm committing to addressing the needs and concerns of our community. I have been a proud resident of South Montebello District, and ever since my family moved to Montebello in the mid-1980s. Since then, I've been just a part of a lot of Montebello events and activities. I went to the local schools here, starting with Montebello Intermediate, and then moving on to the various high schools. I also went to ELAC and Dominguez Hills, and I just really want to give back to the community. I see a need, especially in education, with the young people that I see in the community. So my career has been deeply rooted in education sector, having worked for the Montebello district and then moving on to other districts. My focus has been on education and empowering change within the community. Montebello is dear to my heart, and it saddens me to see the current condition, the rising graffiti, parking issues, lack of pedestrian and cyclist awareness, increasing number of unhoused individuals were really the main thing that tipped me over into applying for this. Because like many people, I thought, okay, this is gonna be an internal thing. We're gonna hopefully vote for it. But I thought, you know what? I wanted to embrace the fear, because this is a frightening thing.
Thank you. We have run out of time for the 2 minutes for the statement. At this point of the agenda, we're going to move on to questions.
Okay.
So we'll start off with our city attorney.
Right. Why don't we do this? Let's reset it to 1 minute, and then once the question is concluded, then it goes to the speaker, and that's when the 1 minute will start. So this way we do 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. And why don't we start in the order, and then we'll rotate the order. Okay. Then the first question will come from Councilmember Torres.
Ms. Bedu, if you're in a position to allocate and spend $1 million general fund dollars, what programs or initiatives would you pursue? Please answer in the case of $1 million on a citywide level, and take some time to answer about $1 million on a District 5 level.
Interesting. That is a very interesting question. Well, money can make such a huge impact. Again, I didn't get to finish reading this, but there is a lot of need in the community, District 5 especially, but throughout Montebello. So the infrastructure, Whittier Boulevard, the businesses, I would invest that money into rebuilding, into making it a beautiful city once again, helping the local businesses, just beautifying the location, cleaning it up, and also improving the transportation, being safety conscious, providing more to our law enforcement, our public safety period, and just improving overall. That's the main concern that I have, along with the homelessness.
Thank you for your answer. We'll move on to Councilmember Peralta.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Peru, for being a part of this process. My question is, what would you say are the most important issues facing District 5, and how will you help address them?
Okay, sure. Well, one of the current ones is picking somebody for District 5. That is a main one in my view, because South Montebello really needs to change and improve. Besides that, well, it's the safety. It's the safety, the police, the community, the education of the children. I see a lot of young people that are just more and more don't have a real purpose, don't really have something that can engage them. A lot of focus is in the young students, the young elementary, which, you know, childcare issues is completely understandable, but how about the older students, the high schoolers, something that can really help them out? So I think that the main things that needs improvement is the safety, more focus on community, helping to build the children for when they get older, they can be positive contributors.
Thank you for your answer. I'll move on to Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Yes. Ms. Peru, thank you for your time today and coming before us. My question is, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
Okay, sure. So mainly I would start with understanding myself. And just like in seeing this opening, I realized I wanted somebody that can clean this place up and help to build it, help to strengthen its positive aspects. I've lived here for many years and I want to continue to live here. And then it occurred to me, well, maybe I could be that kind of person. And it is a service-oriented position, just like you know. So I thought that would be something that I can do. So I understand myself and I know my values. My values are family, community, friendships, focus on safety. And that's what I feel that I can bring. So knowing who I am, I feel that my passions, my strengths could really help in this position. So valuing what the community, hearing what the community would value. I'm sure we all want safety.
Thank you for your answer to the question. And I'll finish it up by asking you this last question. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity?
Sure. So I've been working for over 25 years, full-time, again, in the education sector. It's prepared me for this type of position because working with a diverse group of individuals, just like here, the community, same. I've negotiated not only contracts and different situations, different events for work. I work in an education, like I said, so I worked at schools and I work at county offices. I worked for LAPD. I worked for just a variety of different organizations. And all of that has really just led me to understand that everybody and every organization is a little bit different, but yet we all have that same goal of wanting to, what is the word? Just the overall goal of the organization. And here from Montebello, the overall goal is to help our community.
Thank you for answering that question. At this moment, it concludes all the questions that we have for you. You can go ahead and take a seat. And if we can call the next person.
Thank you very much for your time and participation.
Thank you.
The next candidate will be Rafael Santoya.
Good evening, Mr. Santoya. Thank you for being here tonight. let me explain the process for you, and we will then have you give your initial statement for 2 minutes. You can inform the council of your background experience or anything you wish to tell the council during those initial 2 minutes. At that point, then, the council members each have one question to ask of you. In doing so, you will have 1 minute to respond to that question, and then we'll move down the line until all 4 questions have concluded. Thank you again, and your 2 minutes will begin now.
I only have 2 minutes to save the world, so I'll try to do it as quick as possible, okay? Hi, my name is Rafael Santoya. I'm a father, son, partner, and scholar from Montebello. I love cooking, reading, running, and yes, I'm a big Mariah Carey fan. But life has given me both incredible joy and painful loss. I've lost my brother, fostered children for many years, and faced the struggles of poverty. On the other hand, I've adopted 3 children, became first college graduate in my family, and inherited my father's work ethic. These experiences shaped who I am today, a better communicator, a more empathetic man, and someone who strives to be kind, efficient, data-driven, and of course, a little nerdy with a sense of humor. Now I speak to you today, I'm not just sharing my story, I'm here because I believe in serving the community. I've learned the value of service through my work at St. Benedict Parish. And I'm also deeply concerned about our community, especially for my friends who are DACA recipients, something I learned was very prevalent when I moved to this part of town. I believe I would want Montebello to remain a sanctuary city. And there's also lots of work to be done rebuilding the trust of the vacancy of the city council member position. I commit to working together on all sides, being respectful and always listening to people's needs. If given a chance, I'll honor your trust and serve with dedication, empathy, and a strong commitment to the city's future. Thank you for considering me for the District 5 position.
Thank you for your statement. At this time, we'll move on to the question portion. We'll start off with Councilmember Peralta.
Thank you so much for participating in this process. For question number 2, what would you say are the most important issues facing District 5, and how will you help address them?
Oh, goodness, that's an excellent question. Thank you for that, by the way. It's right here. The most pressing concerns right now would be safety, in my personal opinion, and then needing to increase police patrol in District 5. And the increase is to ask for the help and see what are the allocated resources that we can get from the police department accordingly, and seeing if we can increase patrolling to help everyone in the community. That would be my number 1 response to that.
Thank you for your answer. We'll move on to Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Thank you, Mr. Santoya, for coming before us today. My question is, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
Oh, that's such a good question. Well, in terms of values and priorities, family comes first. And so I have children that I've adopted that have medical complications that have learned to balance my life, that forced me to, they come first. But also, on the other hand, having the flexibility, I'm super well organized, and time management is my strength. And just triaging as the day comes. And so I'm a person that wakes up with lists, particularly, and so it's who I am. And to pivot accordingly. Things happen all the time. I almost didn't make it today because my daughter had a stomach ache. So I was like, do I pivot? What's the importance? And so always knowing to have a balance and not being rigid, just being malleable and flexible.
Thank you for your answer. I'll go ahead and ask the next question. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity?
Absolutely. So in my 9 to 5, I'm the Director of Auditing and Monitoring for All for Kids, formerly called Children's Bureau. And so we manage 3 large contracts: prevention, foster care, and mental health contracts. And in that particular work, specific to this role too, is I handle all the grievances. And so hearing the grievances and having 10 business days to report back at a local, state, and federal level, and having to advocate those pieces. In a volunteer commitment capacity, I am a member of St. Benedict Parish, and I have been invited to be a part of their board And also, I'm now an ambassador to the parish. So I'm just active in that capacity. And in my fraternity capacity, have held national philanthropies. Like we just had a big fundraiser for sickle cell disease, the fire burn victims as of recent, and Children's Hospital fundraising.
Thank you for your answer, and we'll finish it up with Councilmember Torres.
If you were in a position to allocate and spend $1 million of general fund dollars, what programs and or initiatives would you pursue? Please answer in the case of $1 million on a citywide level and $1 million on a District 5 level.
Oh, goodness. So just to confirm, 1 and 1 or 1 total?
1 and 1.
1 and 1. Okay, so I would say at a District 5 level would be the chain link fence on Bluff. That's a number one concern, and increasing even lighting as well there too. There's a lot of concern in the community there, particularly with that fence, as indicated also additionally today. And in a citywide, I am a big believer, although this could be seen controversial, on funding the police and giving that resource and allocated resource to increase visibility. Yeah, that's what I would say. Definitely funding the police, and then the Bluff project, the chain link fence project.
Thank you for your answer to the question. At this time, that concludes the questions, and we'll move on to the next candidate.
Thank you, sir, for your time and participation.
Thank you. Do I return back?
Yes, back to where you were previously.
Next candidate is Joseph Sanchez.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, sir. Let me explain the process that's going to take place. Tonight, you will have an opportunity to address the City Council during the first 2 minutes of your presentation. At that time, you can inform the City Council of anything that you wish, your background experience, the reason why you've applied for this position. It's whatever you wish to tell the Council. After that, then the City Council will rotate by asking you a question of their selection, and you will then have 1 minute in which to respond to each of those questions, one at a time. And actually, at that, your 2 minutes, sir, then we'll begin right now.
All right. Oh, wrong one. I apologize. So I'll just basically read my candidate statement for my 2 minutes. As a resident of Montebello, for the past 51 years, it will be my honor to be the district representative. My family has lived here in the same house for the past 120 years. I've established, but we've been here before Montebello. I'm the 4th generation in my house. Hopefully one of my children will be the 5th generation out of the 4 children I have. I personally feel that I am qualified to know the needs of the southern portion of Montebello. I would love the opportunity to lead the way as a District 5 council representative, to set the foundation that is needed for our district to prosper. Also to show the future residents of Montebello how to lead in honor and in truth. I take great pride in our city. As you all know, I have sat here for the past 8 years on my own time, Everyone in this room can pretty much vouch under oath that I'm dedicated. If given the opportunity to represent our city as a council member, I will set the basis that is needed for growth and prosperity, also to prepare the city for the growth that Washington Boulevard is going to bring. As we all know, that train's coming. Currently a train to nowhere, but we can make it a destination point for the city to generate tons of revenue. Mayor and council, please make the choice that will benefit generations to come. When the future generations look back at history, they will thank you for making the right choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. At this time, we'll move on to the questions portion. We'll begin with Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for your time today. My question is, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
Well, my values and priorities are to lead by example, to be a public servant. I sat here for 8 years to show the community. I'm involved in my community. You can ask anyone in District 5, have they seen me in my golf cart? Everyone here knows I have a golf cart. So you don't have to believe me, but you can see how I interact with them. I show the community I'm dedicated. I want the best for the city by being here on my own time, instead of being in Spain, Italy, or somewhere else where it's beautiful weather.
Thank you for your answer. I'll go ahead and ask the next question. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how has that prepared you for this opportunity?
Sure. I serve as the armed guard for the Arc of Montebello. I've been there for 27 years. I serve my community. I've been to Katrina. We had our fires here. I have people who could vouch on my dedication of servanthood. I took 10 truckloads to Katrina, 10 truckloads to Joplin, Missouri. I took truckloads to Houston. You can ask our YMCA director, John, if I am dedicated in servanthood, to be a public servant. I want to leave a legacy that my children and the community can take pride in mimicking. I want people crying at my gravesite and not disrespecting my gravesite. That's how I want to live my life.
Thank you for that answer. I'll move on to Councilmember Torres.
If you were in a position to allocate and spend 1 million general fund dollars, what programs and/or initiatives would you pursue? Please answer in the case of 1 million on a citywide level and 1 million on a District 5 level.
Sure. City level, we need to invest that money that's going to bring us the greatest return. I understand we've made some choices in the past as a city to invest money, and we haven't seen the books yet for the return. But we need to invest this $1 million that's going to bring us the greatest return. We don't need to make $1.2 million. We need to make 2, 3 million with that million. We are in dire need of a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed in this city. As for the $1 million for District 5, what we need down there is our roads, stop signs, LED stop signs. Our old city manager, I asked him I would buy 10 LED stop signs and place them in District 5. He says, we couldn't do that. We have to do an analysis. I said, well, you're going to do the analysis. You're going to put 10 stop signs with LED in the north. I need them in the south. So that's what I would do. I would fix the city with roads and stop signs, because in the south, I had the word S and O. I have the word T and P.
Thank you for that answer. We'll move on and finish up the portion of the questions with Councilor Peralta.
Yes, thank you so much. For question, I have number 2. What would you say are the most important issues facing specifically District 5, and how will you help address them?
I didn't see the question. Can I get the question up? I'm sorry. Our speaker system. You know, I spend $1 million on buying new speakers. What would you say? The most important issues facing District 5 is neglect. As I stated before, my family has been here for 120 years. We have a park in the south, Lupe Rodriguez Park, the Rodriguez Park. Lupe Rodriguez was the mother of the gentleman we named the park after, was my grandmother's best friend. I know the history of this city from her and my grandmother drinking tea together, and I heard all the stories as I was there. I sit in the back corner minding my own business, really, in the sense not to tarnish nobody. But the most thing facing District 5 is neglect. We need to be unified. We need to have unity, not division. Yes, I know we went to districts. I wish we didn't at first, but we did. But we need to bring unity to everybody. And I feel that I'm not really on no one's team. I'm independent and neutral.
Thank you for that answer. At this point, this concludes all of our questions. We'll call on the next participant.
Thank you very much, sir, for your participation and your time.
Thank you.
Next candidate is Ricardo Alonso Ugalde.
Sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you for being here. Let me just explain the process that we're going to follow. You will have an opportunity to address the City Council for 2 minutes. During that 2 minutes, you can cover your background experience or pretty much anything you wish to tell the City Council.
I have a question before you begin, because I'm really hard of hearing. I have 2 minutes to read my statement, is what you just said?
Yeah, that's here, but you'll still have 2 minutes to say to the council whatever you'd like to say. For initial 2 minutes. And then after that, there will be a series of questions. Each council member will ask one question. After that question is asked, you will have 1 minute to address that question.
Cool.
After all 4 questions have been asked, then you'll be excused back to the room. Okay?
Great.
Okay. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Great. I lived in Montebello for over 20 years, and I'm proud to live and own a home in District Number 5. This district deserves leadership that delivers results. I spent my career doing exactly that. I've been instrumental in the acquisition of 2 airspace companies, a milestone that requires not only focus, strategy, and a commitment to excellence, but above all, teamwork. Success on this scale doesn't happen in isolation. It's the result of collaboration, communication, and a shared vision to achieve ambitious goals. In addition to my professional achievements, I've earned a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, a master's degree in computer science, fields that both demand a tremendous amount of discipline and the willingness to tackle challenges head on. These experiences have taught me how to think critically, solve complex problems, and most importantly, work as part of a team to deliver results. Alongside my career, I've also run a small business, volunteered with programs like Read Across America, and advocated for equal pay and family leave through the Work and Family Coalition. Giving back isn't just something I do, it's part of who I am. I'm running for a seat on the Montebello City Council because South Montebello deserves action, not excuses. Our streets need to be cleaned, our infrastructure needs real investment, and we need parks and open spaces where families and youth can thrive. Too many of us leave the district for basic entertainment, dining, or shopping. That needs to change. I think it's time for South Montebello to become a destination and not a district left behind. With less than 2 years left in this term, there is no time to waste. I'm ready to get to work on day one, building partnerships with my neighbors, community leaders, and fellow council members to deliver real, visible progress. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. At this time, we'll move on to the question portion.
Sure. May I ask you to repeat those questions? Again, I'm hard of hearing.
Yes, so we'll go, each councilman will go and ask a question. I'll start off. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity?
Absolutely. As far as volunteer work, I've been volunteering at a daycare since at least 2012, Alonso Family Daycare, where I assist kids who essentially have issues with English and mathematics primarily. As I mentioned earlier, I'm an engineer, not just because I feel that it's an important thing to do, but because I genuinely enjoy it. I like helping kids who would essentially be left behind by our school systems and help them give an opportunity to either catch up or in some instances actually thrive and get ahead. I tend to do that at Alonso Family Daycare down in District Number 5.
Thank you for your answer. We'll move on to Councilmember Torres.
If you were in a position to allocate and spend $1 million general fund dollars, what programs or initiatives would you pursue? Please answer in the case of $1 million on a citywide level and $1 million on a District 5 level.
I think I would spend both on safety, $1 million at the citywide level. I think that is an investment of funds that should be allocated on a citywide level, but I think more importantly so also on a district-wide level, in our district as well. We simply just do not have the police presence that we would like, and I'd like to share a quick anecdote. I heard from a fellow resident in District Number 5 the issues that she's having in front of her home earlier. My own mother, who lives in District Number 5, has had issues with folks coming into her home in the middle of the night. Thankfully, nothing has happened, but safety is a top priority for, I think, every single one of us, not just in the district, but also in the city. So safety is where I think I would allocate the $1 million.
Thank you for your answer. We'll move on to Councilmember Peralta.
Yes, so I have question number 2. What would you say are the most important issues facing District 5, and how would you help address them?
As I just mentioned, public safety, I think, is top priority in the district. Establishing a police substation, securing funding, identifying a location, and creating an operational plan. I think also the beautification of South Montebello is an extremely important thing for all of us. I mean, it's no surprise to anybody when I say this, but the South just doesn't look nice or as nice as other parts of the city, and I think it's important that we change that. Economic development as well, attract grocery stores and essential businesses to South Montebello. All of us either have to travel to other districts or travel outside the city. Traveling outside the city obviously costs us tax money because it's spent elsewhere. I've done it myself, travel to Pico Rivera when I need medication or groceries. Revitalizing the Washington corridor, Washington and Greenwood corridors to bring in more businesses. I think the DePaul Center is a huge issue that I recall from when I walked a couple of years ago. It's an important issue that is, the housing developments, preserving a single-family residential neighborhoods, but also designating the DePaul Center as a historical landmark is something that is really important to the community. Parking and traffic safety.
Thank you for the answer. We'll move on and finish the portion of the questions with Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Mr. Alonso, thank you for your time today. My question is, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
I mean, I think it's important first and foremost to be aware of what the community requires, what the community needs, and take that in consideration and, not just listen. I think listening is only the first part, but also implementing solutions that are logical and beneficial to the community as a whole. I think that personally, sometimes the issues that I consider to be the top issues on a personal level might not necessarily be the issues that are the most important issue to the community as a whole. And so I think finding and striking a balance in terms of figuring out what those issues should be is something that a council member needs to have. And I have the ability to realize when something or one of my ideas isn't the best ideas. Again, I work in a team of engineers, and I can tell you for a fact that my ideas aren't always the best ones, but I'm certainly never willing to shy away from one.
Thank you for that answer. At this point, it concludes all the questions that we have here. You may, we'll call on the next participant to come up.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your
Thank you,
time.
sir, for your time and your participation.
Next candidate is William E. Poliso III.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for being here. Let me explain the process that's going to take place. At the outset, you'll be provided 2 minutes to address the City Council on anything you wish to say, your background experience, or any topic you wish to cover with the City Council. At the conclusion of your 2 minutes, then the City Council will begin its questioning. Each council member will have a question for you, and you will have 1 minute in which to respond to that council member's question. And after the conclusion of all 4 questions, we will thank you, and you'll be able to return back to the room that you came to. With that, your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you. My name is Bill Poliso. I've been a resident of South Montebello for 30 years. I would like to speak tonight about the future vision of this city, especially District 5, and why I have the tools, experience, and qualifications to fill the current vacancy on City Council. My vision is ambitious with high standards, and I challenge myself and my colleagues to reach new heights. I think out of the box when trying to find solutions and look for the community input with new ideas on moving us forward. I think it's important to keep the residents up to date on city businesses because many cannot attend meetings in the middle of the week or have time to watch online. Why am I the best candidate to fill the open position? Besides my 30 years residency here in Montebello, a long-term commitment in finding ways of improving our community. I've also got 35 years of experience in negotiating with major nationwide corporations. I'm in sales. I want to educate and sell companies on Montebello's value proposition when attracting new businesses to our community. We are currently located with access to 3 major highways along with our diverse community. We need a new focus and strategy to attract businesses. We need to show pride and enthusiasm in our community. Be more business friendly, setting goals and forecasting growth with tax dollars, and most importantly, working within the budget and controlling expenses. I believe these fresh ideas will translate into helping us to attract new businesses and community development. Along with the stability of a balanced budget, I've always been taught you don't spend monies on luxury items when monies are tight. I believe you spend tax dollars on things that will benefit all Montebello residents, not just a few. I will always keep that in mind in the forefront of making any decision with city tax dollars.
Thank you for your statement. At this time, we'll move on to the questions. We'll begin with Councilmember Torres.
If you're in a position to allocate and spend 1 million general fund dollars, what programs and/or initiatives would you pursue? Please answer in the case of 1 million on a citywide level and 1 million on a District 5 level.
On a citywide level, infrastructure. That's number 1. Improving our roads, Beverly Boulevard, Whittier Boulevard. As far as District 5, it's been neglected for many years. the fence on Washington Boulevard. I'm sorry, not Washington, on Bluff Road. Washington Boulevard definitely needs upgrades. We have abandoned buildings all over. Homeless is living in them. We need to use that money to bring businesses in. Business drivers, tax breaks to bring businesses in. We don't need to use money that we don't have. That's what I see the biggest issue here.
Thank you for your answer. We'll move on to Councilor Peralta.
Yes, so for question number 2, what would you say are the most important issues facing District 5 and how would you help address them?
One was the oversized vehicles being parked on city streets, and we worked to get that fixed. The DePaul Center. I think there's plenty of things that could be done there to improve the community down there. I think we need to put more money into our parks for the kids down there. There's really no activities at all in South Montebello District 5. So that's what I'm looking to do. And get the community more involved down there.
Thank you for your answer. Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Mr. Paliso, thank you for your time today.
You're welcome.
How do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
I always try to bring in that individual's thoughts and concerns and prioritize that into a positive. You can't just do a broad vision without taking the community's input. Priorities, my priorities are, again, getting the community involved of what they want. It's not what I want. I want to listen to these people behind me. They're the taxpayers. They pay the tax dollars. I want to hear what they want, and that's what I will do in moving forward.
Thank you for that answer. And I'll finish it up here. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity?
I'm a hard worker. Don't tell me I can't do anything. I will say that. I did it through athletics. I was very small. People told me I wasn't going to do it, but I did it. So don't tell me I can't do something. I will work tirelessly and put all my efforts with pride and enthusiasm into that what I'm trying to accomplish. I've achieved every goal that I've possibly could have done. I didn't get to play pro ball, but I was trying. That was the only thing. I didn't have the talent to do it. But I went as far as I possibly could. And then I went on with my business career. So, again, being prepared, I think, will help me grow this city and move it forward.
Thank you again for answering those questions. At this time, the questionnaires have been completed, and we'll move on to the next participant. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and being here tonight.
Next candidate is James J. Santana.
Good evening, sir, and thank you for being here tonight.
Good
Let me
evening.
explain the process that will be followed over the next few minutes. Initially, you will have a 2-minute opportunity to address the City Council. At that time, you'll be able to express your background experience or anything you wish to tell the City Council during those 2 minutes. After the first 2 minutes, then each council member will ask you one question, and you will have that opportunity to address the question from the council member for a period of 1 minute. After all 4 questions have concluded, you will be thanked and excused from participating in tonight's process. And with that, I think that covers the ground rules. So, sir, at this time, your 2 minutes begins now.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Melendez, council members, staff, and fellow Montebello residents. I stand here tonight with hope and a little bit of concern. Hope because I believe that Montebello's potential and strength are strong. Concern just because I feel that residents may believe that this decision and process may be a little rushed, especially with the application window. Despite these frustrations, I remain committed to Montebello, and after running for office in 2022, I didn't walk away when I was not successful. I actually doubled down in my efforts to serve. I continued to work on issues that matter to our city. I remained a consistent voice for progress, and I served as the chair for the Parks and Recreation Commission for the last 3 years. I've volunteered in our city and also in our county, statewide and federally, and I've dedicated myself to improving this place that we call home. Professionally, I bring 20 years of experience in operation and organization development. I've led teams, managed budgets, and solved complex challenges. My ability to assess situations and develop actionable plans and deliver results is a skill set that I would bring to the council. These experiences, combined with my lifelong ties to Montebello, I believe uniquely qualify me to serve as an independent and effective representative for District 5. In reflecting this last week on Dr. King's legacy this week, his words resonate deeply with me that we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And that's the kind of leadership Montebello needs, driven by integrity, fairness, and a deep commitment to people. So it's time for action. I believe Montebello deserves a representative who is ready to serve on day one, someone who's going to prioritize the needs of our residents over politics, and I'm that person.
Thank you for your statement. At this portion, we'll move on to the questions that each council member will ask. We'll start off with Council Member Peralta.
Yes, so for question number 2, on this list, what would you say are the most important issues facing District 5, and how would you help addressing them?
Thank you for the question. Sorry, jotted down some notes, maybe. District 5, I believe, would have issues that are facing public safety. First and foremost, we're seeing fires across the county, but we're also kind of feeling the repercussions of that. We're hearing about our police chief and other issues and needing a substation. I would talk about economic development. I'm very concerned about the streets in our community, uneven, unpaved, a lot of potholes. Lastly, I would say community morale. We need something to unite Montebello in these times. This process maybe seem divisive, but I know that we have good intentions. So public safety, economic development, and community morale.
Thank you for that answer. We'll move on to Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Thank you, Mr. Santana, for your time today. My question is, how do you balance the needs of the community or organization with your own values and priorities?
Okay. I would say that communication, connection, and clarity. I have experience in working with teams, improving operations. In my background is also analyzing metrics, positive and negative. So I would really like to see how we stack up and rank against other cities, and also how we can be competitive. So communication, I think, includes engaging everybody, being transparent. Connection to community. I have experience in working with the Park and Recreation team, so a lot of that was working with my peers to have more events. And I think clarity, I would like, communication is good, it's improving, but I believe that it's an area that we can continue to improve. Even in this process, email went out, email blast, and I know that there was information around parks, but some elderly or older people may not have that chance to do that.
Thank you for the answer. I'll go ahead and ask the next question. Can you describe your overall experience to include work, volunteer, and/or community involvement, and how that has prepared you for this opportunity?
Yes. Actually, I was born and raised here in Montebello, and I follow in the footsteps of my mother, who also went through K through 12 in MUSD schools. So I'm a product 100% of our schools. Just some kind of background of my experience. I helped the Lions Club start their first Leo's Club. I was a part of the YMCA Youth and Government. I was also involved in the Sister City Sister City Association. I played basketball here, PAL, Golden State Basketball, helped with a community development group called Golden Rule Community Development. We talked about affordable housing. I'm also with the Human Rights Campaign. I've done that for the last 10 years across 3 states. One of the largest civil rights groups. Went to ELAC, went to UCLA, also being the chair of Parks and Recreation. I think all of these have prepared me for this. I think being homegrown is very important.
Thank you for that answer. And we'll finish it off with Councilmember Torres.
If you're in a position to allocate and spend $1 million general fund dollars, what programs and/or initiatives would you pursue? Please answer in the case of $1 million on a citywide level and $1 million on a District 5 level.
$1 million general fund programs and initiatives. I'm going to be a little biased. I would definitely do Parks and Recreation first. I know offhand that we need to prioritize that, being ADA accessible. We also have a homelessness and housing issue. We're going to see the impact only increase, especially with the World Cup coming here and the Special Olympics. I would say another area would be public safety. As I mentioned in my other answer, a police substation would be amazing in South Montebello in District 5. Also a little bit of bias, growing up in a lot of our youth programs like Youth and Government, I think that money should be funded there. And then, of course, some incentive for small businesses. I believe that we have a lot of storefronts and businesses that need to have more access to our community.
Thank you for answering that question. At this time, it concludes all of the questions, and it concludes the...
Again, thank you for your time and participation tonight. What we will then do is, if the council is ready, we'll be coming back to the council level, and we should call in all of the individuals who interviewed. So, Mr. Santana, you can grab a chair in the audience, and we'll come up to the council level.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone, welcome back. Before I turn it over to my colleagues for council discussion here, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for applying to this process. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there. So again, our intention here was to put the fairest process out there, and just want to thank everyone for that applied and everybody who participated in this whole process. So thank you all. With that being said, I'd like to open it up for my colleagues for any comments, questions, and for any action pertaining to this issue. All right. We can go, let me see, we can go down the line. I'll start off with Councilmember Torres.
Mr. Mayor, could we have a few minutes to consider the interviews? Would we be able to take like a short recess, 5 or 10 minutes to just kind of like process everything?
Okay, if everybody's comfortable with that, my colleagues, we'll do 5 minutes, or do you need 10?
10 preferably.
10 minutes. Okay, so we're going to recess for 10 minutes. It's 9:41. We'll be back at 9:51.
makers and artisans, both throughout the diaspora and locally. We also have beautiful handcrafted ceramics, textiles, plants, incense, soaps, bath goods, and gift sets. We also offer candle making workshops where you can learn to make your own scented candles and take them home that very day. And don't forget, if you can't visit us in person, you can shop online at oeste.co. We've got you covered for all things cosas bonitas for your casita.
Remember, shop local, shop Montebello. Shop local, shop Montebello. Visited Boulevard Market with Barney Santos to tell us more about his business.
Hi, I'm Barney Santos, one of the founders of Boulevard Market. Let's check it out. We got For the Win, one of California's voted top smash burgers in all of California. We've got cold pizza. They do wood-fired Neapolitan pizza, absolutely phenomenal. And of course, we have Alchemy Craft. That's a beer and wine craft beer bar that my wife and I own. We have Los Taqueros Mucho. They do artisanal Mexican cuisine and tacos. We've got Filipino cuisine called White Rice. They're one of the only Filipino restaurants in all of the east side of Los Angeles. Cafe Santo, people absolutely love their coffee. They do Oaxacan mochas like nobody else. Last but not least, we have Vichos, a Salvadoran cuisine. They've been food trucks for almost a decade, one of the original pioneers of food trucks in Los Angeles, and now they have a home here. Thanks for joining us here at Boulevard Market. Good food, good drinks, and good vibes. We're here off of Whittier in downtown Montebello. Come join us for one of our many events that we have all year round. Plus, hey, if you want to have a holiday party here, this is a perfect location for it. And check out our website, boulevardmarket.com. That's BLVDMRKT. See you later.
Remember, shop local, shop Montebello.
Want to know what's going on in a bustling, growing city like Montebello? Staying connected is more important than ever, and Montebello's e-blast makes it easy with highlights sent to your email inbox every week. Signing up is quick and simple. Just visit this website link or scan the QR code on your screen and enter your email address. You're all set to receive valuable information about your community, including festivals and holiday events, public announcements, recreational programs information, renovation and development projects, and much more. With our weekly e-blast, you'll never miss out on the top news and information about your neighborhood. Together, we can build a more connected and vibrant community. Montebello's e-blast, your weekly guide to Montebello happenings.
All right, everyone, we're back. If I can please have everybody sit down. Thank you. All right, we're going to go on to council discussion. We'll start off with Councilmember Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I took the time that we had to just kind of run through the different parts of the interview process here, taking into consideration different things like how long folks have lived in the city, the support that they were gathering today, I think as an initial view of what outreach and engagement looks like. Thinking about some of their statements and just trying to understand how their backgrounds interplay with the role of a council member, as I understand it from my time on council for the last 5 years. And I guess specifically, just for the consideration of council and for the understanding of the community, running through the different sections here with Mr. Santoya's statement, just kind of understanding his background and understanding how that developed him as an individual, talking about loss and poverty, talking about establishing a family with his adopted children, what it's like to be a first college grad and being an individual that's driven by data and some of his community involvement. From Ms. Beru, understanding her family's long time in the community and her educational journey through MUSD and being a product of those systems, as well as some of her priorities in terms of education, graffiti, pedestrian safety, and the unhoused. With Mr. Ugalde, being a homeowner and small business owner, someone who describes himself as collaborative and communicative and a critical thinker, also talking about some of his volunteer efforts around the area. Mr. Sanchez, being a multi-generational member of our community, whose family has been here for a long time, and seeing District 5 as a destination. Mr. Paliso, as someone who has a lot of experience in the workforce that would lend towards negotiating here on council and being an out-of-the-box thinker. And then lastly, Mr. Santana talking about his runs for city council and his time working on issues in Parks and Rec, involvement on state and federal levels in terms of volunteering and managing teams and whatnot. In terms of the issues, and this is just kind of like the way that I've processed things, trying to understand some of the major categories here. Almost all of the candidates talked about public safety. Ms. Beru expanded a little bit in terms of education and youth development. Just from my own perspective, that's something that I've also personally been interested in, although MUSD is tasked primarily with the role for youth development. I do think of council's ability to supplement that. From Mr. Ugalde, talking about public safety through a police substation, beautification, economic development, and things like bringing a grocery store. Mr. Sanchez didn't quite answer the question, I feel, as directly in terms of District 5 issues. I do understand the feelings of neglect and unification, but I do believe that the purpose of the question was to kind of show some kind of understanding and engagement with his neighbors and the things that are most pressing to them. With Mr. Paliso, it was a little bit more of a look back than talking about the issues as they currently exist, although I do appreciate his experience in terms of trying to advocate for ordinances that fix issues in District 5, working on land use issues within District 5, and general involvement with the community, being familiar with his neighbors. And then lastly, with Mr. Santana, talking about economic development, which is, I think, a major focus of this council, as we've seen. Improving streets and community morale. From that, I'm going to kind of jump into spending the $1 million. The purpose of this question was, I think, not so much to talk about what you would, at least for my purposes, was not so much to say the expectation of what you would do with that money, but I think kind of a broader understanding of how far a dollar can go and understanding what opportunities are available to us. One of the examples that I like to give when it comes to Montebello Boulevard and the reconstruction that we did there is from Lincoln to Costco was a $6 million project by itself. And so as much as we would like to implement, infrastructure projects, $1 million really doesn't go that far. I think when it goes to our MCAP program in the 4 years it's been in existence, I believe it's exceeded $5 or $6 million in expenditures, and just kind of starts to give you an idea. So to that extent, with Mr. Santoya talking about the fence, I believe on Bluff Road, increasing lighting in parks, and city funding for police visibility, I feel started to fit within those bounds. With Ms. Beru talking about businesses and beautification, transportation, public safety, and the in-house. Although I do feel that some of these wouldn't quite qualify in terms of Whittier Boulevard, this council has approved small business projects well under that amount, and beautification efforts, I think also through our Parks and Rec department are also relatively affordable. With Mr. Ugalde talking about safety and police, I think that those dollars start to shrink very quickly, and so I mean it's difficult to respond within a minute, but I do appreciate the answer and the thought there. With Mr. Sanchez talking about the investing to return multiple dollars, roads and LED stop signs. I do think at the end there maybe hit on something that'd be most appropriate, but it's the money that we have and the money that we spend to get those kinds of returns, I think would be an inappropriate use of those kinds of funds. And so outside of the bounds of the kinds of investments that this council would make, and roads would be very difficult. And then coming to our last two candidates here, roads, the fence, abandoned properties, attracting businesses and tax breaks, comments by Mr. Paliso. Again, I do feel that roads kind of lie outside of that, but in terms of abandoned properties, this council has taken actions to acquire properties and expand and to make sure that we can implement our vision. Attracting businesses and tax breaks are also actions that this council has taken. And then lastly, with Mr. Santana, with his suggestions of Parks and Rec being ADA accessible, unhoused issues, public safety like the substation, and youth programs, again, is a little bit of a mixed bag there. But I just wanted to kind of share, one, that those are just like my impressions of some of the answers, and share with the community a little bit of my thought process on considering the candidates. And that concludes my comments for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. I'll move on to Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, first of all, I do just want to thank everyone and really commend you all. It's not easy to go up here and at a whim of a minute to answer questions that can be very complicated and very difficult. Similar to my experience coming onto council, having to figure out and navigate that world there's no manual for that. So I do commend every single one of you. It's not easy to come up here and be judged. It's not easy to come up here and really try to delve into the complex issues that not only the city is facing, but that we are facing as a whole. So first of all, I do just want to recognize each and everyone's efforts this evening. And just very similar, it was a pleasure to just get to know you all at different levels in terms of your involvement, in terms of your work experience, your history here in the city. I think everyone brings a level of value to the seat that we currently have to fill here in District 5, and I think very similarly kind of reflects who we are as a council in terms of our histories, our involvements, lack of involvement. I mean, we have Councilmember Torres who had ran a previous election prior to making it onto council officially. We do have Councilmember Tamayo who had a history of her children living here in the city and being involved at some point through different organizations. I know we have our mayor who was also very young when he ran and, at some level was very involved in the city as well. Personally, I lived here in the city my whole life, but never was necessarily involved simply because of just my upbringing of being being raised by a single mother who just didn't have the opportunities to get me involved. But I think that doesn't necessarily invalidate my experience now of just being involved at the level that I am. So I think reflective of the experiences that we all share here, we see that in you all as well at those various levels. And so I do just want to acknowledge everyone's time as well as commitment and just courage in this process. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Move on to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. So I appreciate all of you coming out, sharing with us what you want to see for District 5. It's going to be a tough decision, but I think everybody brings to the table a lot of different abilities and skills. I think everybody in general talked about some of the key issues which were public safety, transportation, neglect, infrastructure, the issue with the fence. Then there was specifically youth and public parks and city programs. But overall, I think there's, the big issues of public safety, infrastructure, and other issues that I think you all presented. Specifically for District 5, I think there needs to be somebody who, like, I think everybody also touched on, is communication, being able to communicate with the residents, to meet with them, to be there, and to be the facilitator. I know we didn't ask this question, but one of the questions was, how do you see yourself as a council member? And for me, I see myself as a facilitator of information. So if you come here to the council, you want to have information. We have here at the city a lot of information, but how do you take that back to your community? And how do you improve your community with that resource and with that information? So thank you for your time and for coming before us to share your experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just to echo everything that my colleagues have said, I think you're all very knowledgeable of the issues that are going on, eager to address the issues. And, that's what, everybody here has different perspectives, different ideas, but we all come together to make what we feel is the best decision for our community. There's a very extremely active council. Many of you that are here, many of you that applied are active members of our community. Many of the residents that came here and have stuck with us for 4 hours today, extremely active in the community. So this is what it takes. It's everybody coming together and making, putting all our little grain and making the best of our city. So again, just echoing everything that my colleagues have said, and appreciate everybody for applying and for putting your name for this position. At this time, I would like to see if there's any nominations for any particular candidate that applied today. So I'll see if anybody would like to make a motion or nominate anybody any of the applicants here. All right, I'll start. I'd like to nominate Mr. Bill Pelosi for this position. Is there a second?
As a quick question as to the process, are we nominating folks and voting for them, or is this kind of like an open ballot and counting?
I'll let our city attorney address the question. I feel like we're at the nomination period, so if anybody's would like to make a motion to nominate somebody, we would take a second. If there's no second, motion dies. If there is a second, then we'll take a roll call to see if there's enough votes for that participant. Does that work? Okay. I'm seeing the city attorney nod, so.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that you've summarized the appropriate process.
Okay, so we have a first. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo?
Nay.
Mayor Melendez?
And I vote aye. That motion is 2-2, and it does not carry. Motion dies. Is there any other nomination? Okay, I'll make a motion to nominate Mr. James Santana. Is there a second? Okay, that motion does not get a second. Is there any nomination of any other candidate? All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I can make a suggestion that, although we did have a few minutes to consider the candidates this evening, I think, as I stated in the previous meeting, that as part of this process, I think it'd also be helpful to have a little extra time to consider everyone. I know that there are some folks that we're familiar with, some that we're not so familiar with, and perhaps it might be in the interest of council that this item be continued, and I would suggest to a date certain, in consideration of the timeline and trying to get this done expediently. I don't think that this, should drag out. I would recommend, no later than perhaps this upcoming Monday as the date to attend if council is available, or, any other date that we're all available to come together for this meeting.
Thank you, Councilor, for that. Noting that we do want to provide ample time, and we usually every Wednesday we meet, may I make the suggestion, and noting that there's no other nominations, and that the council would request, Councilmember Torres would request a little bit more time for this, that we continue this item, if possible. Councilmember Torres, can we make the amendment maybe to Wednesday of next week and see everybody's availability, and if everybody's okay with that?
I'd be open to that.
Is everybody comfortable with that? Do we need a?
Well, you can take a motion, but you as the mayor have the right to set a special meeting with your directive. So unless you do want to entertain a motion, or if you want to continue this matter over to a special meeting for January 29th.
Okay, I'll use my authority as mayor to set the special meeting for next Wednesday, January 29th.
At 6 p.m.?
At 6 p.m. So we'll continue the item.
Just a note, and you have conducted the public participation process. You've heard from the candidates. It would really, at that point, Mayor, unless there's direction otherwise, it would just be at the council level for an attempt to try and reach a consensus. Is that your understanding?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll continue this item for next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Yes, we have, 1 second.
No, he said it.
All right, so we'll move on to AB 1234 travel reports. Does anybody have anything to report? No? Okay, we'll go into council orals. Councilmember Peralta?
Yes. The first one is in regards to just the maintenance of our city parks. So we all know that our parks have a lot of issues in terms of lack of maintenance when it comes to our bathrooms. I think even just today, Mayor, you and I both received an email in which a resident highlighted that we don't even have seat covers in some of our restrooms. And so I think for me, I will say that it's very disheartening to have those emails being sent to us and really highlighting just the desperate need that our parks are currently facing.
Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Yes.
If we can please have everybody just be quiet. We still have some council orals and we're still conducting business.
Excuse me, those that are leaving, please do so quietly. It is not appropriate at this point in time. The meeting is still going on. We still have the business portion to take care of. So we will move forward, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And anyone who's disrupting will be asked to please stop.
Sounds good. Sorry about that, Councilmember.
No, it's okay. It's a little hard to kind of get my thought process as there's a lot of noise. But yes, earlier today we even received an email in terms of just our parks lacking seat covers. And I think for me, it is very disheartening to just see the lack of, I think in general, years of lack of maintenance that our parks have received. When you compare our parks to parks like Pico or other cities, you know, it's really, for me, just disheartening to, again, see our children, our families having to have this negative experience at our parks. We have issues of crime at our parks, and I know we're working towards resolving that in terms of the model that we've created with our police department. I know that there's a lot of issues specifically for Grant Ray Park, and we've had the opportunity to meet with several teams there in terms of just, again, issues with maintenance and operational issues in terms of bathrooms being closed a little earlier than practices or games. And so I just would like to request consensus from my colleagues to direct staff to just develop and present a plan that addresses these maintenance and operational issues for public restrooms at our city parks, and come back to council to be able to present. I know we have our master plan for our parks, and that really kind of delved deep in terms of some of the maintenance, but to be able to just bring that back at a council level in terms of understanding how we can begin to tackle and what policies or initiatives we can try to fund to begin tackling the issues of maintenance at our public parks is something that I think would be beneficial for all of us as we are all getting these types of complaints.
Thank you, Councilmember. If I can just look around to see if we can provide consensus to move this item forward.
May I request just a formal vote to capture it formally?
Yeah. Can we please have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Melendez?
And I vote aye.
Okay, and my second one is in regards to traffic and safety concerns. This is something that I've really spent my past 4 years on council advocating. And I think I really owe, and this is more on a personal level that I think it's important for me to share in terms of just how being proactive when it comes to traffic and pedestrian safety can save lives. Going to Sher High School, I believe it was probably my sophomore year, we did have one of our, just a friend, a community friend, his mom also owns Fermentos. Justin tragically passed away on Montebello Boulevard as he was skateboarding down Montebello Boulevard late at night. That was before we actually had the divider between the lanes that go up and down, and so there was a drunk driver that actually ended up hitting him going across his lane, and he ended up dying. And so I think for me, I've always taken this issue extremely seriously because it's something that as council and as a local government, we have the opportunity to really save lives at that level when it comes to being proactive in addressing pedestrian safety, enhancing intersections. We really do play a huge role in terms of potentially saving lives. And so I'm very glad that now, we have that divider there and we don't necessarily have those issues. But I would say one of the most dangerous intersections that we have, and we're already beginning to address the one right across from Boulevard Market and Angry Horse. We have a traffic light signal and scramble that I'm so proud of this council for moving forward and beginning to implement. But there's another, I would say, extremely dangerous intersection. There's been years of discussion and lack of progress for this intersection. It's one of the major corridors within the city, exiting off the 60 freeway as we near into Finley and Villocampo. as we get all the traffic congestion of folks coming in and out of the city, and as well as Topgolf. This intersection in particular, Via Campo and Finley Avenue, has, I think, continuously and historically faced insane number of accidents. The house that lives on the corner there actually has probably sent me over 50 videos on a daily basis of accidents that they experience. And I think for me, it was important to capture some of these videos to be able to just visually share how hazardous this specific intersection is. And it really is because of just the way that the exiting of the freeway meets that intersection. As you all know, as you're exiting the 60 East on Finley, there's a divider that was placed. And the reasoning behind the divider was so that the cars rushing down the freeway wouldn't hit the homes that were along Via Campo. This creates an extremely dangerous situation. As this divider, you have cars now coming down the freeway, you have cars on the other side of the divider meeting at an intersection that doesn't allow either side to make a left or right. Despite some of the very invisible, I will say, traffic signs that are there, people will intentionally make those illegal turns, causing continuous accidents to a point where we've recently, in the past, I would say, few days before New Year's, we had a woman pass away, leaving behind her small children. And I think for me, again, taking this seriously in terms of what we can do to be proactive in saving lives, one of those steps is increasing and enhancing the safety along our dangerous intersections. We actually, 2 years ago, had this discussion, and I received consensus at the time to conduct a traffic study. We have yet to have this item come back. And so before I make my request in terms of council and really taking a look at this further, I did just want to go ahead and share a few videos here. I believe the first one that will be shared was the one where this woman tragically did lose her life. So as you can see, the divider and folks are making that illegal turn. They crash into each other. And then the following videos, please. And so I want to highlight that this intersection also leads to an elementary school. So you have hundreds of kids every day in the morning and afternoon crossing back and forth between that intersection. And I didn't get the video, or I couldn't find it, but there is a video where there is an accident where you have young children and a mom in a stroller barely missing the crash as the car ended up on the near the intersection on the sidewalk of where the kids were coming from school. And so I think for me it was extremely important, because as much as I talk about these issues and as much as I highlight and sound like a broken record, I feel like sometimes we don't act or we don't take things seriously until either there's someone's life that is lost, or where you can actually visually see the impact and how hazardous situations can be. And so I do appreciate staff for, I think we don't normally share videos or haven't had that custom, so I do appreciate the ability to be able to show physically my colleagues as well as our community how dangerous this intersection off the freeway is. And ultimately, based on past consensus that I did receive on a traffic study, I do want to move this item forward in terms of figuring out what our options are in terms of providing a solution to this issue that has been raised for, I will say, over 10 years that we've had residents highlighting this and really trying to bring it to the attention of the city.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we would need a vote for the, yeah. If we can please have a roll call to support the item.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Melendez?
And I vote aye.
Councilmember,
you.
we're happy to look at or assist this intersection and also look into the traffic study that was done and report back to council with some options, okay?
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move forward with Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo.
Yes. I have one oral, and I am looking to seek a council consensus to honor our fire and police departments for their assistance in the devastating fires. Our Montebello Fire Department and police departments have responded to the call of duty and assisted with these devastating fires facing Southern California. Montebello has united. The city of Montebello and the YMCA became hubs for donations. Our mayor, along with individual residents who are here today, and service communities who are also represented, like the American Legion, Angry Horse, Boulevard Market, El Pescador, Blue Image Gym, and the World Church, coordinated collections and donations, and then distributed to first responders and those affected by the fires. Family-owned businesses such as Mr. Meats, True Bowl, and Organica provided meals and food to those affected. I'm sure there are more organizations that I didn't name, but many Montebello residents, community leaders, and first responders have been involved in this massive effort to aid the devastated communities, and they should be acknowledged.
Just want to echo Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for bringing this item up. And thank you to everybody who participated, and to all my colleagues. You all worked extremely hard to assure that we coordinated to get donations. We had folks that are here that participated, a lot of businesses. So absolutely, I think this would be something that's that we all agree on putting something together to honor our fire and police departments, and also a lot, maybe honor a lot of the community members, a lot of the businesses that contributed. I think it'd be something great. So to formally, I'll ask the city clerk if we can take a roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Melendez?
And I vote aye. That one carries. All right, we're at the adjournment portion of the council meeting. Before we adjourn, I would like to close this council meeting in the memory of Liz Pacheco, who unfortunately passed away last week. For some of you that have been here and that followed, she was actually our June 2023 Citizen of the Month recipient. And I think everybody here knows the Pacheco family very well. I'll just read a little bit about what we said back then, and know a little bit of, to share some of the contributions that she had here in the community. Elizabeth Gomez Pacheco was a retired educator who spent 38 years teaching in the Montebello Unified School District. She graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies from Loyola Marymount University and a master's degree in school counseling. She was always passionate about helping others and volunteered for various organizations, including the Beverly Guild Hospital Volunteer Association and the Montebello Rotary Association. She had a long history of community service, coming from a humble background. Her mother struggled to feed and shelter their family. This was Elizabeth's motivation for working at the age of 15 in the city of Los Angeles summer programs for students. It also helped her to see that many kids did not have the advantages other kids had. That sparked her motivation for college and helping others. As mentioned, she volunteered for the Beverly Guild Hospital Volunteer Association, where she worked in the gift shop and oversaw fundraising. She spent a lot of time with the Montebello Rotary Association, where she participated in various projects to help the community, such as distributing food baskets, blankets, clothing, and food giveaways in Ensenada, Mexico. Even after retiring from teaching, she continued to tutor Spanish-speaking children and dedicated her time to the community service. As she quoted during the Citizen of the Month presentation, to this day, I enjoy helping when I can see the opportunity to do so. So if I can please have a moment of silence for Liz Pacheco. Okay. Thank you all, and thank you all for that came here to join us for this night at the council meeting. Meeting is adjourned.